Bonjour. Was that American enough? Hold on, let me do it better. Bonjour. Alright. Alright, microphone is good, camera is good. This shirt makes me look huge. What the fuck? Either I gained 50 kilos in the last... No, I didn't. In the last minute, or like this shirt, I don't know. Looks weird. Anyway. I'm back on this side of the desk, which means he is back on display. I might as well just have put a picture up of him. You good? He's there. He's melting into the bed, but whatever. Whatever. Okay. Okay. It is time to stream some operating systems. One operating system in particular, not multiple ones, just one. And Linux. Actually, it might be two. I'm making a new OS in Rust, is what I mean. There's two possible things I can work on today. One of them is more on the engineering side, and the other one is more on the visual side. I'm not sure which one to pick. Alright, I guess we'll see. If you're on YouTube, you can just read the description, and it's a spoiler. But anyway, on the engineering side, there's the fact that I've been saying that I wanted my operating system to be a distributed type of system for a long time, and to do that through the file system. You just talk to different modules of the file system, which can be hosted on different computers. Cool. However, I can kind of do that from my OS's perspective, and my file system inside of my OS is pretty powerful, I believe. It can handle, well, first off, most files are virtual. So they're not real files in any drive anywhere. They're just virtual files that exist only in memory and that can be mapped to have certain behavior. Like they can trigger certain commands, they can make certain things happen. They're powerful like that. You want to be on their good side of the files. However, even though I intend on using this system a lot more, there are some things that I don't plan on having inside of this system. Or not at first. It would be kind of a monumental task, such as having a full C to assembly compiler like GCC. I have a compiler, my own language to C, but then I need C to something else. So that, Git, anything to do with Git, I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. I don't want to have to write a Git library. I don't want to have to write a compiler that goes all the way down to assembly. Any resource-intensive task also is probably better off being handled by this computer rather than a virtual machine or a Raspberry Pi. Like, don't want this thing handling hugely resource-intensive tasks. I can't physically show you my computer, but you can assume it's a desktop computer. They're big. And bigger, more powerful. Right? So, yeah, through the file system, you should be able to delegate to other nodes of the system, to other sections of the operating system. Again, if it's a distributed file system, then that means that certain sections are owned by different computers, and they can advertise, so to speak, themselves as having capabilities of doing certain things. Like, hey, I'm Linux and I can compile C code for you. Or, you know, I can do resource-intensive GPU work because I have a gaming GPU. Or I'm a Mac that has a server on it. and whatever else you run on it. I just have a little home server on a Mac, so. Yeah, so there should be that kind of architecture, and again, my file system is capable of handling these things. The operating system kind of capable of handling these things, but a while ago I wrote a fuse driver as a little prototype for doing this thing. My plan was I'm going to develop the file system through this fuse driver and then port it into my operating system, but I ended up doing the opposite. I developed it inside of the operating system, and now I'm supposed to port it back to the fuse driver. And the fuse driver is so minimalistic right now that I could easily just start it over. So that's thing number one. It would be working inside of Linux to create a node for this distributed architecture running inside of a specific folder in Linux. Right, so a file server, if we're talking in Plan 9 philosophy, they call them file servers. Great name, honestly. So yeah, we could be talking about creating a file server. The other thing that I might want to work on, I have to do both of these things soon, right? So if I whichever one I work on, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna do the other one, but not today. Probably not gonna get to even finish one of them, let alone both, today. Although tomorrow I'm doing Windows, by the way, but I'll talk about that in a second. Just wanted to get you excited that I'm gonna be on Windows. It's gonna be like watching somebody playing in a Rage game. If you were here for the first iteration of that, well, guess what? My virtual machine is gone, so I need to reinstall it again. We're doing that shit all over again. So if you enjoy watching me hate myself, join tomorrow's stream. Anyway, the other thing that I want to work on is improving the windowing system and the window manager and desktop environment of my operating system. Right, I have a little bit of a selfish incentive. I'm doing all this for me, like, who cares? But anyway, the reason I want to do this is that when I run any code of mine in cross-platform, I'm using glfw. And for example, all of my windows are named redlib, which is the name of the library that powers, the compatibility between my code and glfw. It's hard-coded to that name. I have no idea what this is, by the way. @de? That's almost my name. That's almost the name that I have on this computer, but it's not. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what these characters are supposed to be. But anyway, yeah, it has this name, which is not very indicative of anything. I believe the process itself is called redlib. Or maybe not. No, maybe it's named after the elf file that I'm using here. I'm not sure. But yeah, maybe it's time that I add a proper, I don't know what this is called, like a title bar. I called it a title bar in the YouTube description, but I'm not sure that that's correct. Yeah, little title bar, buttons to, close a window, the ability to resize a window, which by the way, my GLFW does not handle well because there's no way for the application to configure this information. I could have just disabled, I don't know what's happening here, but I'm gonna close it. I could have just disabled resizing, to be fair, like I did in my system. You cannot resize windows from outside of them. Only the program itself can resize a window. But yeah, now I should be able to like resize things properly and do all this stuff properly. So it's time we do something like that. Maybe it's time we start working on like menus like these. So, you know what? That's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working on because it sounds more exciting than the other thing. All right. Before I get there, though, again, if you hate me, if you want to watch me suffer, which could be the same thing, could be separate. If you enjoy watching people struggle, tomorrow, I am most likely going to be installing Windows in a virtual machine. And if you saw that when I did it last time, you know how much I suffered. So if you enjoy that kind of content, tune in tomorrow for sure. The reason that I'm doing that is I have two small games that I need to produce executables for. One of them is for a game jam that ends on Sunday, so I really have to do this quick. The other one is just a game that I've been working on because I've been working on this hacking game, but I wasn't super sure how I wanted to go about it. So what I did is I built another mini game that helped me kind of flesh out the idea that I had for it. And now that that's kind of finished, I don't care to like polish it too much, to be honest. Um, but now that that's kind of finished, I also want to properly package it into Windows, Mac, Linux, and redacted executables. And this game jam shit, because you're required to submit at the very least a Windows build. So I need to have a Windows build. Tragic. The worst part is I'm not even enjoying the damn thing. I'm not even sure why I joined. I genuinely might just not submit anything. But I still need to do this Windows thing. So tomorrow I'm going to be doing that. It's going to be fun. Pretty sure now you're fully required to create a Windows account, a Microsoft account, to use a fucking operating system. And last time I did that, I did it with a temporary email, which of course I no longer have access to because it was temporary. So I'm going to have to create an entirely new account. Tomorrow is going to be very fun. Tomorrow is going to be an enjoyable day. For you, if you enjoy watching me suffer, that is. All right. So today I'm doing windowing stuff, and tomorrow I'm doing Windows stuff. Very similar, but completely different. I might also finish the windowing stuff tomorrow if, you know, I'm hoping Windows does not take like 4 hours to install like it did last time. Maybe this time it can be a little bit smoother. They've surely fixed their installer, right? Surely. So this won't be a problem anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. I have high confidence in Windows. Me when I lie. Okay. All right, so today we're doing a little bit of windowing stuff. And it's gonna be fun and it's gonna be exciting. And that's what we're doing. That is what is going to be happening. I close some of this shit. And then, oh, fuse test is, by the way, the fuse driver that I wrote the first time. Now we're writing it. Well, not now, but we are eventually going to be writing it, a new one, a better one, this weekend sometime. Could be tomorrow after the Windows thing, could be Sunday, could be Monday, could be next Friday, which is not this weekend, but it doesn't matter. Maybe I lied. Anyway. Close all that. Not sure why I had Windows open on a project that I just opened. Or am I on a different window now? No, I'm not. I guess it saves the state a little bit. I also made changes to this. Right, yes I did. Yes I did. Okay, speaking of that, the desktop has a little bit of like zooming functionality. Alright, so let's look at what the desktop looks like right now. Then we're gonna look at what I want it to work like. But anyway, you can draw windows and then scroll, and that produces this zoom effect. There's like one hair that keeps, it's just in my face constantly. That's very annoying. And right, the reason I disabled it is that I kind of didn't realize when you're scrolling inside of a window, it still scrolls while also capturing the scroll in the window. I haven't disabled that. So that's my bad. That's my bad. Maybe I should be able to disable it fairly quickly because I disabled clicking in the same way. So that should be possible to do. Let me start, yeah, with a little bit of bug fixing, a little bit of improving stuff. Andrew Kelly versus Ginger Bill. Is that a question or are you telling me that they're beefing? I'm not sure. Wait, which one's Andrew Kelly anyway? All right. So let me look for click. And create a new window unless they happen fully within a window or intersect with the focused window, as we consider those to happen within the window itself. Okay, so this is drag and drop. Well, a drag, which is used for drawing, and it's explicitly disabled when you're clicking inside of the currently focused window, or you are what did I just or you're dragging entirely within a window, in which case that click was not meant for us, it was meant for the window, so we ignore it. So probably this logic we can reuse to also do the same thing with the zooming, which is literally down here, by the way. Literally down here. I can tell you're a Lisp enjoyer, but doesn't know Zik creator. Andrew Kelly, that sounded very familiar. The Zik creator. Are they beefing? I still... Right, I read... Is he the one that wrote that kind of like... Shit, I agree with his article. I was gonna say butthurt article about the bun rewrite in Rust, but like... I fully agree with him. Let's put it this way. If your problem with a project is the programming language, then you're probably the problem with the project. Now, I understand that Rust has a few more guidelines and a few more guardrails, is the word that I wanted to use. Rust has a few more guardrails to make sure that you don't accidentally touch memory that you're not supposed to touch. But I will never not make fun of Rust. Come on. If you need to rewrite something from one language to another because the first language is stinky and the new language is good, the problem is not the language. It's most likely you. Anyway, I'm assuming then that they're not beefing and you're just asking for my opinion on them. Man, I don't know. Ginger Bill seems like a chill dude. I don't know what Andrew Kelly looks like. That's all I can say about them. I know nothing else about them. I've just seen videos of Ginger Bill. So, oh, they've been beefing for years. Oh, so the only thing that came up there was this thing between them. Somebody talking to both of them. Alright, maybe I should look up beef. Yeah, fight. Sorry, I have to be proper. Tech Twitter fight. Private variables. Oh, this is the stand-up. Okay, no thank you. What's the beef about? Is it about private variables? Please tell me it's literally just about private variables and now they just hate each other over that, because that's gonna be really, really funny if that's the case. Damn. Yo, Cosme, what's up? Went on holiday, still are. Nice. Alright, I was gonna say let's get started with Ginger Bill. I don't know what we're doing to Ginger Bill. I'm sorry, Bill, and we're not doing anything to you. Let's get started with the Zoom. I don't know where the fuck the Ginger Bill thing came from. Whatever. Right, so I saw that you can scroll inside of a window and that's detected by the window system as zooming, which is not great. Kind of very disruptive. Do I have my text editor installed on here? Probably an old version, but it'll do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, that didn't work. Brain.c, brain.elf. Oh no, this is not as old a version as I thought it was. Okay. There used to be only one command on this thing, which is to open a file. Now there's more commands. Brain code, brain.c. Still didn't work. Failed to navigate to tools open. I forgot the name of the command that I gave to this thing, and I just closed the project where I did it. By any chance, does anyone remember what I did on Monday? I created a couple commands, including one for opening a file, and I don't remember what I called it. No, it's not file, it's not open. First off. Okay, no, this is a different issue. This is a bug. Alright. Doesn't matter, but anyway, this is a shell, right? And even though it doesn't make much sense, you can scroll in it. And if you're not careful, you will scroll in both the shell and the window system, which by the way has this little glitch when windows are redrawing. That's kind of annoying. And another even better glitch is this one. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to disable. Right, and again, I already disabled being able to drag inside of a window, like the system recognizing that as creating a new window. So that's how I'm doing that. First off, if there is a scroll, and alright, so if they're scrolling, right, then we process the scroll, but only if there is no windows right now, in which case any scrolling is for the desktop, even though what are you scrolling on? Doesn't matter, but we process it because you're scrolling. I was writing my own kernel, found your live stream. Nice, welcome. Condition número dos. Do I just copy this entire thing and not read it? Nah, let's be proper here. Alright, so number one, there's no windows. Number two, the window that you clicked on, the clicked frame, well, that's not super correct. Alright, no, I think we're gonna need to do the condition somewhere else. Because there's this whole thing happening. Which is used to calculate like the point in which we scrolled and the window inside of which we are. Even though we're not actually scrolling, we're getting the mouse position. We're using that to calculate where the mouse currently is, and we are resetting the window frame. We're calling this thing, and it will tell us what window is currently scrolled. Well, what window is currently selected. And here I'm pretty sure we can just do if no clicked frame. And also here we can do that one condition that I do need to copy, this one, which is that we only do this if there are elements in the window list. Although, to be fair, it's a for each, so it just doesn't run. Okay, that should be it. Hopefully. So now I'm scrolling and nothing happens, but if I move a little bit and I scroll, it works. Okay. I think we're good. No, I'm still scrolling. Although when I'm fully zoomed in, it doesn't work. When I'm a little bit zoomed out, I can zoom in by doing this. So probably this calculation is not accounting for... Yeah, it's not accounting. Okay. To do account for zoom. right? Since it's not accounting for zoom, it doesn't really realize that there's a window there, even though there is. Most likely that's what's happening. Honestly, we're good enough. So we're good. We're good. Yeah, that was an annoying thing. Since I might want to use zooming today to see what everything looks like as I'm working on it, nice to have that. I can zoom and scroll in 2 different points. Let's bring up the Excalidraw. Actually, no, let's don't need Excalidraw for much right now. And I can't delete my masterpiece here. So instead, yo, 35 stream streak, nice. Just saw that now. Instead, right. You can send links on YouTube chat, by the way. That's apparently not allowed. Just a heads up. Anyway, so the thing we want to add to the system is usual, like a title bar for Windows, a closing button for Windows as well. Maybe a tab bar system, a tab system, because I would like Windows to be tabbed. I wouldn't mind that. So maybe that. Maybe I won't add that today, but like I'll keep that in mind when I'm designing the whole thing. And then also space for a little menu bar like this one, which I'm not gonna lie, I like the way that... Actually... I like the way that Mac does it. Which is that when you have a window open on Mac, like this thing here is not supposed to have the name of the app. It's not supposed to have the menus. The menus and the name of the app are both up here. Whereas on the right side of this, you have more system controls than anything. Alright, so I like this design. I want to keep it like this. Well, not keep it like this. I want to copy this, pretty much. But... Now I'm thinking, do I want to get rid of the entire bar? Right? Just not have it at all. Right now I don't have those bars. When you open a window, you literally just get the window, nothing else. By the way, there's been a glitch here in what it looks like for like months, and I haven't bothered even looking at it. I just tune it out. I just kind of don't notice it. But yeah, there's been a bug in like my immediate UI library that draws this whole thing for a long time, and I have not bothered fixing that. Probably should. Anyway, so let's open... If we open this thing, it does look a little bit empty. So that's not great. It feels a little empty. Oh, now the opposite is happening. I'm scrolling inside the window when I'm not inside of it. And then it does this. Such a stupid bug. Alright, so the zooming is not working like I want it to, I guess. Not entirely. It feels inconsistent when I'm zoomed out. I guess that makes sense, though. And this bug is really, really funny. I tried debugging it once and I never understood where it came from. So, yeah. Okay, no, the windows actually do look a little bit empty without anything, any point. So maybe I do want to have something there, even though I still want to have the menu bar up here. But I was thinking, like, should I just move the entire thing to just the top of the screen. Like, look at right now, for example, what is going on up here? Is it visible? Yeah, it's visible on stream, okay. What is going on up here? There's just an empty bar here. What does that belong to? I'm pretty sure that's just KDE and I can customize it. But yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Okay, I was able to do that. Although this looks weirdly empty up here. Oh god, no, 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 no. There absolutely has to be a title bar. There has to be a title bar. This looks wrong. This looks full screen, actually. It looks like it's full screen. Which is really weird. I don't like that at all. But I do still want to have the menus up in a single place, which also tells you which application you currently have open, and it also has system information like this or like this. Right, so that's the thing that I want. Also, all right, let me see if someone can help me. Yesterday, I was researching window managers. Maybe I can find it. I did something like unusual window managers. I googled something like that, and I came across a Reddit thread that was talking about one, and they were saying that it allows you to customize your menus. I was like, I want to see how they're doing that. Although I'm pretty sure it's a it's a Linux thing, so it's probably cumbersome to customize and pedantic. But I want to look at how they're doing it. I think I use Google, so maybe this is the thread. This is the thread. Okay, I found it. Windows tabbed, easy syntax, infinite custom menus. Not a feature everyone talks about. Easy infinite custom menus. So I don't know what that means, but the thing is called Fluxbox. So I wanted to look at it. But then I kind of forgot to. So I want to look at that. Should keep a status bar, which is also a title bar, so a combo. On the window or on the screen? Ooh, flashbang. Great job here, Dark Reader. Dark theme detected, did ya now? Do you mean to keep a status bar and the title bar on the window or on the display? So I want to keep them. I mean, my first idea was let me just keep both in the display, but it genuinely looks naked without it. Like right now, this looks wrong. It feels full screen, but it's not. This feels better. Okay, maybe that's just a Firefox design issue, because they have at the very top here immediately start using the screen, whereas this one has the menu. Firefox does not, which you can probably enable. I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't look right to me. This looks better to me. But I have to say, Z on Z just has this on Mac, because these menus are up on the top of the display. They're not part of the application itself, but this is the top alongside these buttons, and it looks good on the top of the screen. I guess we can experiment. Although I do have to say, closing the window by pressing an X, like if the window is not minimized, is not maximized, right? And I want to close this window and I have to press a button up here, that would feel very weird. So at the very least, the X button needs to be on the window itself. I feel like that part of the design makes sense. All right, we won't know unless we experiment a little bit. Okay. Let's begin with that. Although I do know menus up top, 100%. Just how much can I put up top as opposed to at the top of the window? Menus and system status. I guess we'll see what else. All right. So first thing to do is to reserve some space for that. So bum, bum, bum. I should use this thing more, by the way. Except it's fucking useless. Why are you searching? Mm, 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 mm. I feel like this search and this search should be separate searches. Because there's gonna be times in which I leave this one open after I search something and I'm done. I'm not using this anymore. But then it messes with this. I feel like that's not correct. What's a stack window manager? By the way, a lot of concepts from window managers. Is it just a grid window manager? It's just a regular window manager, like a tiling window manager. Is that what we're talking about? By the way, is this is Hyperland, right? I recognize it from the time I tried Omachi. It gives me the vibe. Yeah, so it should have things like this. It should have buttons up here and whatnot for configuring the system, but not the not the window. And and what else? There was one more thing I needed to consider. Right, tiling window managers. I technically have a little bit of a window manager, but I have to say, now I actually have the ability to resize windows, and I intend to allow you to resize windows like this. By the way, Emacs, see what I just did there? Look at Emacs doing that. Sometimes it works, by the way. Only sometimes. Sometimes it actually does this. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh, there we go. It did it a little bit. Only a little bit. Anyway, Emacs, just FYI, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. Simple behavior. Any application that's been updated to work in the years 2000 onward should be able to handle this. Anyway. Yeah, it does technically have a little bit of a window manager, tiling window manager, whatever you want to call it. The problem is I never bothered making it particularly like a normal one. For example, like when I just opened a window and it took over the entire screen, right? You would expect when I open another window, this window gets split or only takes up half the screen and the new window takes up the other half of the screen, but they look exactly the same, so yeah, it doesn't really prove my point. But what I did is I opened a new window next to the other one because the desktop is scrollable. So there's no reason to sacrifice window size, making a window smaller than it needs to be, just because you open the new window. That makes sense in a tiling window manager. And shit, it might make sense in a system like this, because sometimes you genuinely just want all those windows on the screen at the same time. But I haven't bothered with that because I don't need it right now, and it's also relatively simple to just let me open an application on one of them to switch between them like this. Right, so I haven't really felt the need, but I probably will add it. Keeps a stack of windows and only shows the window that is focused on the screen. I see. So kind of what I just showed, right? You can use it to do that, even though it's not exactly that. But does that look like what you were asking for? Kind of, somewhat. I do think it's able to do a lot of tiling window manager, scrolling window manager, stack window manager, whatever you want to call it. It should be able to handle a lot of that behavior pretty seamlessly because of the infinite desktop, which, by the way, um, feels like a great idea. I can't wait to use this desktop more, actually. The distro is Hannah Montana Linux. No, wait, I switched to Red Star OS. I forgot about that. And also just click the meta key and right click the mouse and swipe. Right. Are you talking about Emacs? Oh. Right click the meta. Okay, not right click the meta key. And then, no, you're not talking about Emacs. Or if you are, Emacs is not talking to you. Look, sometimes this actually works. You can actually resize the window. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually how you resize a window in Emacs, and for some reason I'm not able to do it. Because Emacs is genuinely that unintuitive. There's very simple ways of doing things in computing nowadays, and Emacs does zero of them. Emacs would be a great program if it had been built by people who had used a computer before. It hasn't. Somehow they're great programmers despite never having touched a computer. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know how they're doing it, but they are. Um, Also incredible, I don't have 50 fans blasting in my face right now. Holy shit. Even though my region is literally burning. Like literally. There's fires. But besides that, it's not too hot. They're also not near me. I may complain a lot about our mayor chopping down trees a lot, but the bright side of that is we can't have forest fires. He was just protecting us all along. How nice. I can't recall the last time I dragged an edge. Usually super plus right drag. Wait, that's a thing that you actually do? Why do it like this? Why would you do it like this? That's horrifying. I never even knew that was a thing. Okay, I kind of get it. Kinda, because now I can just scroll Z to be like infinitely long. And also, do you see how I'm swiping on the right side of the screen, but... Oh my god, I'm swiping on the right side of the screen, but the window is now so long that I'm actually on the left side of the window. That's what's happening. Okay, I see, I see. I did not know this was a thing because it feels kind of useless, I'm not gonna lie. This is a KDE thing, I had no idea. I'm new to KDE. Oh, look at that, Emacs kinda did it. Kinda. A little bit, it tried. Poor little thing. It's still got 50 years of computing to catching up to do. But hey. Control scroll to zoom in and out of in the canvas slash desktop. Okay, I'm learning how to use KDE. For the first time ever. Control and click? What? Control and scroll to zoom in and out of the canvas and desktop. Desktop? That doesn't seem to work. Also, why do I have a Steam shortcut? I didn't put that there. XFCE thing too. I actually have it. I just used it once pretty much. KDE was the only one that I was able to get all my applications to kinda work in. My GLFW cross-platform applications have to work with X11 mode, and so does OBS. But besides that, yeah, they work. Control Win if you like that kind of thing. I still don't understand. Holy shit, it zooms into the pixel! Was that visible on the stream? I think it was. I'm assuming it was. Holy shit. Wait, it's also zooming. Hold on, let me see it on stream because it's also zooming OBS. Why is it scrolling zooming a completely different window? I have no idea, but wait, I shouldn't watch on YouTube. YouTube has like a 3-year delay. Look at that. Holy fuck. I had no idea. It's not for KDE. I am giving you ideas for your OS. Well, it's for KDE. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm assuming. Wait, the two chats before that. Oh, okay. I missed. Okay. For a second, I thought you just lucked into uh guessing a fucking KDE feature by suggesting that I implement something like that. And then it just so happens that it works in KDE as well. Okay, no, I missed your messages. I have a genuinely crazy idea for a window manager. Seeing your scrolling desktop, make the desktop and infinite canvas, both X and Y axis, and you can just drag your window anywhere. You press a shortcut to focus the window on the screen. Well, buddy, I'm way ahead of you. You can scroll anywhere you want. You can draw windows anywhere you want. You can zoom. Although I probably will do the zoom with the shortcut as well. That seems like another pretty good solution. Yeah, I'm actually gonna undo everything I did and add that because that's genuinely being able to zoom in or out. Right now you can't really zoom in, but you can zoom out. But I will allow you to zoom in as well. And then I'm gonna need a different shortcut though, because KDE captures that one even when I'm inside of QEMU, so that's really annoying. But yeah, you should be able, once I make this whole thing a lot more polished and a lot smoother, you should be able to be like, okay, zoom out of this window. Okay, I want to work on this one. Let me focus on this point. Zoom into the point that's clicked, right? That kind of behavior, that's very, very common when you scroll in anything. To like scroll out, scroll in. Like a GTA loading screen, like a GTA 5 switching characters. That. Or like any zooming system, but I don't know. I've been playing GTA 5 recently. That's what came. Not even recently. Like I finished it like a week ago or so. Um. So yeah, the way ahead of you on the file system on the Windows system stuff. Cool, cool. I am genuinely. This is so useful. You can see the pixels on my. Look at that. Look at how the cursor is not aligned to the pixels. Do you see that? Do you see how the cursor is not aligned to the pixels? Is that that's probably on purpose, right? That's not a mistake. There's gotta be some tiny, obscure, but well-researched reason why that's the case. I don't think it's just sloppy. But yeah. OS Dev, I say yes. Windows will be accessible via the file system. Okay, so listen. I know I say everything is a file. I know I say how important this is. I know a while ago I was talking about in my system everything is a file. In my text editor everything is text. These two concepts are so similar to each other. And then in my scripting language everything is a list. Lisp. These three concepts can really work together to make for some very powerful automations and some very powerful interoperability between different components of the operating system, text processor, and scripting language. And yet, there are a lot of things that I just haven't bothered putting into the file system. There should be a way for you to just do, open screen or window, right, /window, open that file, boilerplate, right, so it doesn't really matter, then write to it, write to the file descriptor, my pixels and the size, and bada bing, bada boom, you should be able to draw like that. You should be able to do that. That's not a thing that I allow you to do yet. It's probably going to be slower than using the dedicated syscalls, a little bit slower, because the file system does have abstractions, but you should be able to do that. Should be able to do that. Yes, it is an operating system of for Raspberry Pi. Echo click into window 123 buttons for echo click, not even echo 1, just echo click. Cool, man. You got it. All right, yes, it is an operating system for Raspberry Pi, though right now it mostly runs on real hardware. This is the Raspberry Pi that used to run Pi-hole on my network. By the way, I've been having some issues with my network lately on my phone, and I found out it's because of IPv6. I disabled IPv6 and suddenly, today's the day that I've been able to connect to the internet for more than 1 hour straight on this phone. Everything else worked fine. By the way, I have a Mac and an iPhone. Somehow only the phone has had this issue. Anyway. Yeah, IPv6 was being weird, I guess. Apple has a bug in their IPv6 networking code only on iOS. But you know the bigger bug that they have? Apple Intelligence, which is supposed to be an opt-out feature not available in the European Union because of privacy concerns, has a lot of features that you cannot disable. Even though there literally is no option for me to even enable it, I cannot disable it on the iOS 27 beta. So I'm very excited about this new operating system coming out. Fuck's sake. Genuinely making everything unusable. I swear to God, it pisses me off. Found out about this right before the stream. I just remembered now. It left my brain, it just came back. Fuck's sake. DNS resolves to both IPv4 and 6 addresses, but IPv6 doesn't work. See, the thing is, like, sometimes I would open my phone. I would get a notification, right? That notification came from the internet, so my phone has been connected to the internet. Immediately as the notification comes in, click on it, open an app, whichever app gave me the notification, loading, 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 never finishes. Still connected to the Wi-Fi. Try a website, never finishes. I have had issues with DNS in the past, and actually, Pi-hole, my DNS resolver, disconnected it from the network, so maybe some configuration is looking for it. It's not there, so that's why it's failing. I try an IP address, doesn't work. I try my router IP address, doesn't work. Stays like that for like 3 minutes, once every hour or so. I thought maybe it was a repeater that I had. It's not the repeater. And then today I was like, the only thing here is maybe it has IPv6. Let me turn off IPv6, and it has not failed since. So, crazy. Yeah. Also, I would love to know why we never bothered considering 64-bit IP addresses. In my networking video, I said IPv6 was 64-bit. I meant 128. But why did we never do 64 bits? I would much rather have an IP address that looks like this. Is that the right number of things? I would much rather have an IP address that looks like this over this shit. Over the hexadecimal shit that they got going on. Which are harder to read, worse in every way, genuinely unintuitive. Why is your name D Ferrari on Twitch? Because that's my name. Hello, Diego. Stole my name. Speaking of my name. I love that you asked that question immediately. Someone with my literal name comes into the chat. Cool. Anyway. The reason is that I wanted to stream under my own name. And I'm not gonna lie, it was really funny before I did that change and I was developed from scratch everywhere. Um, I would get emails from people being like, "Hello, Mr. From Scratch." And like some of them I know are real people, who were probably just being humorous or just like calling me that because they didn't know what else to call me. Because before I changed my name, like couldn't really know my name besides like um, this type of stuff. You couldn't really know my name. But like, I'm not gonna lie. No offense to the people who did that, because I actually found it funny. But it might make you look like an LLM that doesn't understand that developed is not my name and from scratch is not my last name. It's not a Leonardo da Vinci type of situation. My name is Develop. I come from the city of Scratch. I'm developed from scratch. No, that's not how it works. So I always did find those emails really funny, but I did double check to make sure that it wasn't an LLM writing to me. A larger address makes many parts of IPv6 easier to implement. It's actually implemented in fewer lines of code than IPv4 in the Linux kernel. You know, funnily enough, I didn't implement IPv6, but I do have IPv6 thanks to a contributor. So, well, I don't have it on my router anymore, so hardly matters. Full IPv4 support and solid IPv6 implementation. So maybe not full, but solid. Um, it's a little bit hard to tell you how many lines of code it's implemented with. Can we look somewhere in particular? Just the IPv4 here. We have all this for IPv4.c. 400, 500 lines of code. Then the routing, it's not a lot, 200 lines of code. Then utils, which to be fair, maybe we have utils because it has more features, I don't know. 150. Already we have 3 files. Oh, 3 files for each. I hadn't seen this one before. Okay, my bad. Wait, how many was that? 150. Then the other one was like 220, and the other one was 500. All right, lines of code are never a good metric for anything, but you know. Unless fewer lines of code. Fewer lines of code is usually a good metric. More lines of code doesn't mean anything. Could be a good metric, it could be a bad metric, could be a, it's just what we needed to write. It's just the amount of code that we needed to write. But usually fewer lines of code is better. We have 1,000 lines of code for IPv6, so not looking amazing. Both written by the same people, by the way. I wrote the original implementation of this, but then the same contributor wrote refactor both, so not looking amazing for IPv6. So far it's longer in every single, yeah, it's longer in every single file. Sorry, but this is not the Linux kernel. IPv6 is longer. Again, doesn't mean much, but yeah. I'm a Java backend on my second year, backend developer, I'm assuming. You're not an actual backend? Unless LLMs are evolving crazy. On my second year studying and stuff, any advice in trying to start on operating systems? I'm gonna keep it real with you. Do not use Java. Besides that, you know, if you shit. I'm saying do not use Java for the simple reason that Java runs inside of a virtual machine, the JVM. But honestly, if you want, I should stop saying but honestly, you know, that clanker ass is taking over that word. It cannot, it's just not the same. What was I saying? Right, so I'm completely blanking on it. I know what I want to say, but I'm blanking on the words to say. I don't know what's happening right now. My brain just shut, my tongue just shut down. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, the reason I said don't do it in Java is because JVM. It's because Java is not that low level in that you require a lot of direct access to memory, direct access to hardware. Although nothing really prevents you from just making a pseudo operating system running inside the JVM. I would actually think that's an interesting project for somebody to make. Turn the JVM into a proper machine, into a proper system, and making an operating system for it. I don't even know how the JVM works internally, but you can probably do that, right? It's gotta have some way of like doing UI, some input, some output. So however you do that in the JVM, you can probably do that. Anyway, he's awake. He's awake. What part of the OS are you making? We are making the Windows system. Make an OS for a Turing complete CPU or computer. Do you mean the... No, not the JVM. Aren't all CPUs Turing complete by definition? I don't know, I'm lost as to what you meant by that comment. Planning on doing it in C, but I got zero experience. Yeah, you're gonna need to learn a little bit of like how C manages memory in the sense that it doesn't. You're gonna need to learn. You have the basic concepts, but wait, is Turing Complete a game? Oh my god. Yo, that looks interesting. Hold on. I actually own like a circuit game, and I've also designed CPUs in a Logisim. Yeesh. But maybe one of these days I'm gonna do this. Maybe we're gonna try this one of these days. Actually, maybe tomorrow, instead of doing an OS stream. By the way, now that there's more people in the stream, if you hate me or if you want to see me suffer, which may be the same thing or not, tomorrow I need to package a couple of games that I have. One that I made on my own, one for a game jam for Windows. So I will be installing a Windows virtual machine. And if you were here last time I did that, I suffered a lot. I think it was really, really funny. In in the same way that you might watch a streamer playing a rage game and find that funny. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing that again tomorrow. So if you are into that kind of stuff, watching people suffer, not sexually, please, tune in tomorrow. I thought about doing something similar, but on an FPGA. Yeah, no, I've definitely considered that at some point. I've done, mind you, I've done ALUs in Minecraft. Has okay, I was gonna say, has anyone else done it? But no. Let me put it this way: has any other low-level Gen Z developer? I'm gonna say Gen Z just because you've definitely played Minecraft if you're Gen Z. But anyone really not implemented a very basic component of a CPU, not to say an entire CPU, in Minecraft using redstone at some point? Has anyone who is into low-level development not done this? And again, the only reason I say Gen Z is because you have to have played Minecraft. If you've never played Minecraft, then obviously you haven't. But yeah. Last time I needed to make something for Windows, I used min-gw w64 GCC on Arch. That is the plan, but I do need to test it, which means I need to install Windows, which means I need to make a Windows account using a temporary email again. And maybe this time I'm going to write down the credentials so that if I wipe my computer and I lose the VM, I don't have to do this again a third time. Pretty sure I did make a basic ALU once. Yep. Played Minecraft. Gen X, but redstone is weird? Man, you didn't do it right. I don't know what to tell you. There's no way someone who's into that low level development as you are has not enjoyed Redstone. Now, I do have to say, it can get cumbersome to build. Like, something like this is a much better interface for implementing something like that, obviously, than just placing, like, 1 meter by 1 meter blocks and torches and circuits on top of the block of the torches. But it is pretty interesting. See, I'm not offering to do that on stream, because it's not super enjoyable to do, but we've all done it at some point, I believe. However, I'm forgiving you for not being Gen Z. Not for not being Gen Z, but I'm forgiving you for not having done this because you're not Gen Z. Yeah, the redstone can be cumbersome to work with, but genuinely interesting. And also, you end up automating a lot of stuff once you get used to it. We've also made, like, at the very least, an automatic door, trap, especially if you're playing multiplayer, trap, classic. Um, By the way, I heard that now they're going through a third industrial revolution in Minecraft thanks to cushions. I don't know what's going on. I haven't played Minecraft in months, since Hytale came out pretty much. And I haven't played Hytale all that much because I'm waiting for World Gen V2, yes. But yeah, I haven't played Minecraft in so long, but I heard that they have cushions now and they're genuinely doing some impressive stuff. They're doing pretty much LED screens thanks to cushions. That's not what I meant. Come on. Well, this is not what I thought the video was gonna be, man. This is the one. The digital revolution happening in Minecraft right now, and I'm missing it. I swear to God, what is wrong with me? Maybe I need to get back to Minecraft because that looks genuinely cool as fuck. Um, and then I always complain that Minecraft doesn't add any new features, but they finally give us the computer revolution, and I miss it. All right, so what feature am I actually working on? Sorry, I realized the question was asked a million years ago, and it's also been streamed for over an hour. We're doing Windows stuff. All right, so we're adding a title bar. I do think it needs a title bar. Now, the menu bar will actually be like a Mac. It will always be on the top of the screen. And I was thinking, should I just move everything there and not have a title bar? But then I looked at Firefox with no title bar. This is insane. It looks crazy. It looks naked. It looks naked to me. I don't know if somebody likes it. I don't like it. It looks crazy. It looks full screen to me. I feel like I'm on Mac full screen, and I want to do this to access these buttons. Because on Mac, like, when you full screen, it hides those buttons. You have to move here and then scroll up, and they will appear. And not scroll up, but just like drag up, and they will appear. Which works for full screen, but not really for the other ones. So these buttons should be on the window. The menu bar can be here. And maybe what I'm going to do then is I'm going to add a tab system. So tabbed windows with, right now the only button I'm going to add is this one. But with this button. And then the menu bar goes on top. All right, so first thing we're going to do, we're going to reserve some space for the menu on top. Right, so not the dock. Maybe we want to also reserve space for a dock at the bottom. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. Cool thing about it being zoomable. I can very easily see my applications. All the applications that I have open. Let me open a few more. By scrolling. It's not super smooth right now. I need to make it better. But yeah, I can do that. which is pretty cool. You can see which one is currently focused by this little shadow. It's also going to help to have a menu bar to tell us that. All right, so we're going to make a menu bar. We're going to start with that. Better than GNOME? Wasn't hard, but thank you. All right, so this is the Windows system's entry point, since it is a kernel process. So it acts like a process, just all of its memory and its code are, well, all of its code is integrated into the kernel itself. And it has direct access to the kernel. And if it crashes, the kernel crashes. All right, so first thing we do is a little bit of mouse. Little bit of the mouse, little bit of the mouse. Little bit of the keyboard there as well. That was at the very beginning in a different function. Then draw desktop, then draw the windows, then draw the dirty windows. All right, so here, draw menu. And maybe we're going to want a draw dock. It will also put that there. I guess we shall see. Now, you can have a window under the menu because it's a scrollable system. So at some point, if I have two windows, one right under the other, and you're focused on this window, the menu bar is going to cover part of this window. So I don't really have to bother with too much avoidance code, to call it in some way. I don't really have to bother with that. Do I just use FB here? Yeah, I do. Control Alt. Oh, Control Alt minus to go back to where I was. That's kind of a yeesh. I was hoping it was Control Alt arrow. All right, I need to learn a few more key bindings in Z and whatnot to transfer them to my code editor. Also, that one's a genuinely useful one, I have to say. I've come around to how these things work. I think you should be able to quickly go between the files that you've opened in order of when you opened them. Right, so if I was looking at, say that I have 3 files, right? I'm on this one, then I go to this one, then I go to this one, and I want to go back. It should take me to this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, whatever order, right? So a history order, not cyclical order. Control tab should do cyclical. Control shift tab should do reverse, right? Which it doesn't do. Although you can configure it. On browsers it works like that, but you can also configure it to work like it does on Z. So Control Shift tab takes me to the previous tab. Control tab takes me to the next tab. And I'm pretty sure you can configure it so that instead of taking you to the next tab, so the next one here in the list, it takes you to, or the previous one, it takes you to the previous tab that you haven't opened. So if I'm here and then I go here, then going to the previous means not going here, but going here. Right. So yeah, there's that. Anyway, there's also this Fluxbox window manager, which I heard about, something about menus, so I want to look into it. But let's begin. We're going to draw into the image draw context. No, the redraw window. How do you draw? Oh, you commit. You commit. Oh, shit. Okay. Committing a frame means compositing. We're not really doing that. So we have to get the context here to be able to draw my menu. Should probably optimize it so I don't have to get it every time, but who cares? At 0, 0, the width being the width of the screen. The height, we're going to make it, let's say, 30 pixels. And the color is going to be my usual debug color. Hello, MX. Hello, Blurry Square. So we're working on a menu system right now. which gets drawn under the window, not above it. Hook! Looks like I do need to do something about that. Oh, wait. It almost worked, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Let me guess. Yeah, now it works. Okay. When the window refreshes itself, it does that. Sorry that I didn't make changes to the desk. Don't worry about it. I'm actually making them now. And like I told you, you're obviously welcome to contribute whatever you want, but this is a system that I'm designing completely new and I wasn't sure how I wanted to do it. Which, by the way, the design that we're going with is we're copying the menu bar from Mac. So this thing is going to go at the very top of the window, of the very top of the screen, always there, which is that green bar that I just put in. And the name of the application that you have open also goes there, here, like on Mac. Whereas this will contain tabs, so you can switch between tabs on the same window. They can be for different processes too. And closing, which is going to be the only button I'm adding, but eventually also resizing and minimizing once I add those features as well. Your projects got stolen. What happened? What do you mean stolen? Okay, that is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I need to draw the menu. Right, okay. So the reason that it can draw on top of everything like it should, but it mostly draws under, is that when a window refreshes itself, it calls this thing without refreshing the menu, so it gets drawn on top of the menu. Is annoying, but I mean, one thing we can do is when you do that, also redraw the menu on top. But is there something else I can do? Another thing I can do is simply prevent you from drawing on the first 30 pixels of the screen. Right, so I can do that. Hello, Orion. The admins of my organization took all my permissions. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Is there something you can do? Are you not like an owner of the thing? That's surprising. We still have the code, by the way, just to be clear. If you have it on your local machine, you still have the code. But I'm sorry that happened. I'm just saying that to mean, like, don't get discouraged. But at the same time, do take care of your permissions a little bit more. That really sucks. I'm sorry that happened. Yeah, so what we're working on right now is improving my windowing system. Alright, so there's two ways I can do this. Every time I draw a window, also redraw the menu, or simply not draw that part of the window, which... my compositing code, I moved most of it to this composite thing. And it does a few checks here. Yep. Let me see. There is this offset, and then macOS top bar is what I'm going for. I closed the file that I was looking at. Can I do Control-Shift-T? Yes, I can. Okay, cool. Cool. I didn't know that. Okay, so what I'm thinking, the compositing code is all here, and I can just specify a range within the screen context into which you can actually draw, right? So add an extra parameter to this, which is going to be where essentially I tell you, hey, by the way, don't draw anything on the very top of the screen, because that belongs to something else. So don't draw any windows there. Okay, so that's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. A GPU rect for the EX. What do I call it? Bounding box. Bounding box. We're gonna call it the bounding box. So even though we have the entire screen to draw to, you will actually only draw into this bounding box. 0 by default, so this won't affect anything, but if the initial location of your window that you're trying to draw is less than, not 0, but the EX bounding box point X, then you don't draw it. And the same thing on the Y. Pretty sure this math has changed now. This OX is the offset at which we start drawing, right? So the way that it was before is if your window is, I don't know, 10 pixels hidden, like it's not visible because minus 10 pixels location, meaning it is located, the first 10 pixels are not actually renderable. We check, is it negative? And if so, we reduce the width by that amount, because now we're going to be drawing the window just 10 pixels fewer, and we increase the offset by 10. Not sure why it's negative, but that's how the math works. Oh, okay. The offset is negative. The width is minus x. Hey, I don't fully understand why this math works, but it does work. So, anyway. I implemented bilinear scaling to my user space. Interesting. Is that what I don't know. I implemented a scaling function, a very simple one for images, and that's pretty much what I'm using for Zoom, I'm pretty sure. Although it does produce gigantic scan lines that never get resolved properly. That's a bug that I tried looking into once and I never fixed. I never cared too much, but now I'm probably gonna have to look into it more. Anyway, the logic here should actually be something closer to this. If this... Let me draw the problem, right? This is our screen, but you're only allowed to draw inside of this section. Which means if your window starts here, then yeah, you can just check that the Y is less than this, but that makes the math a little bit harder, doesn't it? Well, not really. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Okay, so it also makes the code the most readable. But then you don't offset by this amount. Oh, by the way, the negatives here are making it positive. They're making it into a positive number. Okay. That's why the minus feels... Yeah, because otherwise, like, adding to the width, like, if we're making the window smaller, we're adding to the width. That feels very weird. Which is why, like, when I resolved the double negative in my head, I was like, how are we adding to the width? Because this number is negative. So, yeah, it makes a little more sense to say, make the number positive and then reduce it from the width. Even though it's the same thing, and probably optimizing will lead to it being the same code. But in terms of readability, if you're not a dumbass and you actually read this condition and you realize that this is supposed to be negative, then you get, well, how it was before, right? This condition. This new condition is not the best. So that's why not to work with positives, just because it makes the code more readable if you remember that SX is supposed to be negative. So first we make it positive and then we reduce it from the width. All right, but right now, what we're going to need to do is instead calculate the distance between these 2 points, right? So that's... The offset is not how much it's into the negatives, because it's not into... It could be into the negatives, to be fair. Could be here. But the real offset is now this. not just this, but this, right? And this was implicitly supposed to be this, so now the new condition is just this. I'm not sure. Hold on. This is my window, which I'm gonna make blue, and I'm gonna make the screen red. So green is the area that you're supposed to draw blue into. And what we're doing is essentially just this, right? Not rendering this part of the window because it's not actually visible. So check is if the origin of the window is before the origin of the drawable part, then the offset is the origin of the drawable minus the origin of this thing. If it's negative, let's say that this is 10 and this is minus 10, then we have, yeah, that's the part that's wrong. That is the part. No, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. All right, so if this is 10 and this is 5, then it's going to be 10 minus 5, which is 5. And we're going to take the width and reduce 5 from it, which is correct. Right, this resolves to 5. We reduce 5 from the width, although it's actually the height, but it doesn't really matter. The math is the same for both coordinates. I'm just calculating it. Doesn't matter. Right, if instead this is minus 10, no, this is 10, minus 10, that's going to be 20, and the width is going to be reduced by 20. That is actually correct. Okay, so yes, that is the correct value. And the offset at which we begin drawing is also the same one. Okay, we're good. And then we reset the variable to 0. Do we need to reset it to this? I don't know, I guess we'll see. If this is glitchy, then we know that we should have done that. exbb point y. We're gonna do the same math there, and the same math there, and that should be enough. I just need to bring it into a GPU rectangle. I'll also need to calculate like the width and height, because again, what I'm doing is I'm defining an actual renderable area inside of the draw context. So where this is our entire screen, this is the area that we're allowed to composite into. So width and height, even though I'm not using them, I do need to define them. All right, x offset is 0. Y offset is menu height. Doesn't exist right now, but we'll create it in a second. Width is this whole thing. Height is this minus this. If we ever add a dock to the bottom, we can do the same thing there. All right, menu height, there it is. Also need to introduce the menu height here. Menu height. And if I'm not mistaken, this imports the previous files.h. So we're going to define the menu height here. That's 30. Did I do it right? No. Because... wait, how many times am I calling this function? Too few arguments. There is another place, but what is your problem? Suggest braces. How is that a problem? That's a warning. How is that not a problem here? No, there's something else going on that Clang is complaining about. Okay, first off, it's complaining about this other call to composite, which needs to do the same thing. I don't know where this call is. Here. So we can just copy this code and paste it. But then Clang No, you're also complaining. You want braces. Why do you want braces here, but not here? Oh. These are actually two different sub-objects. There's an origin and there's a size. So there, that's what you want. Okay. The sub-objects should also have braces. Not parentheses, but braces. Alright, now I understand. Next step is alpha blending, then anti-aliasing. You're doing anti-aliasing too, nice. Make sure you add some AI ads to the top bar. Well, this should be up to you. I want to make the top bar customizable, so if you want to add that, you can add that. And this is what I thought would happen. The terminal. The terminal? Why is the terminal compositing? Why is the terminal compositing? Oh. This is the old terminal, I'm not gonna lie, but I do need to keep it around, so... I do believe there is a draw context to rectangle that I can use to do an identity. Take up the entire screen, that's fine. Here, and also the other place where I do it is... Ah, that was my old code editor, I don't really have it anymore. Great, it completely ignored what I told it. It did not work. No, hold on. Okay, so now I have the opposite issue. When I create the window, it doesn't work, but then it does. That's interesting. Do you know where KDE Plasma or other desktops store the contents of the taskbar? So right now the taskbar entries are hard-coded in my desktop. So I know KDE has this, which allows you to customize this thing pretty well. I have to say it's kind of clunky to use, but that's how they do it. I don't know about where they store it in text. I have no idea. By the way, another thing I just found out about KDE. Oh my god! Thank you to the person who told me that this was a thing. Oh my god! I did not know. You can zoom into the desktop. That is so cool. That is actually so cool. Holy fuck! Damn. I had no idea. I found out another thing, didn't I? It must not have been important. Or this one just completely overrode my knowledge of that one. I feel like I learned a couple of things about KDE. But this is the main one to me. Like, oh my god, now I can zoom in. It's like zooming in a browser often just messes everything up. Like, look at this, how awkward that was. But zooming in on KDE, so simple. It also stays like this too. Alright. Anyway. Cool that that's a thing. Okay, so am I having the opposite issue from what I thought I would have? It feels like I am. You zoom with Control Command and then scrolling the mouse. Control Meta, whatever key you have. My keyboard for some reason came with a command. It also came with other buttons to like replace it with a Windows key, but you know I'm picking command. It is a feature apparently. I'm so surprised. I genuinely thought you needed to definitely install something to do it. No, you can just do it. Okay, so when does this fail? It seems like the launcher drew itself on top of the window again. Wait, hold on. When the window refreshes its own state. So that means it works on the launcher because it genuinely only refreshes its view when it needs to. It doesn't have any animations, any fancy status, anything like that. So it doesn't refresh its view unless it needs to. And that means right now it's not refreshing the view. So if I do this, it hasn't refreshed itself. And so the menu was drawn correctly. But if I do this, it redraws the view. And so it, by the way, it should only have redrawn those two cells that changed state, but not sure what happened there. But yeah. Anyway, let's go into process, syscall, and see the call to commit. GPU flush, here it is, calls commit frame, which does this. Draws the window, but prevents from drawing that, right? So what is the problem? Why do you draw in that area that you're not supposed to? Looks like it works, but then it doesn't. All right, can we see? Does it actually work? No, make the menu height like a ridiculous size, like 300. Right now, a lot of my window should be missing. And it is, and the offset is actually incorrect. So here it's re-rendering incorrectly. That part should be down here. Okay. And the window is not being refreshed, but the second I refresh the window, it actually stays wrong. So yeah, okay, I guess I just haven't finished writing the code, or the code as I thought it was is not how it should have been. You can zoom in KD. All right, so this is my offset. It used to always be positive, now it could be negative. No, it used to always be negative, now it could be positive, is what I mean. So this logic probably won't stay the same. All right, so the offset, I just said, okay, so if the window that I'm drawing is here, and the area that I want to draw is here, I'm calculating this area you're not supposed to draw, which is 10 minus 5, made up numbers, but whatever, 10 pixels minus 5, 5 pixels that you remove. So that becomes W minus 5, and offset becomes 5. If you go into the negatives, which is not the case, then we got 10 minus 10 becomes 10 minus minus 10, so 20. Remove 20 from the width, add 20 to this thing. That should work. And then here, instead of using the EX context width, we are going to be using the width of this thing, but we do need to normalize it first. So make sure that the size width is bigger than the EX context width. Then we normalize it to the, what did I copy there? Jesus. Normalize it to the size of the maximum width that we can have. Do the same thing for height. And then we won't be using these coordinates anymore. We will not be using these coordinates from here. So these will all become exbb size width, so they will become that. This and this will become that value. Gotta do the same thing for the y-axis. Use that value wherever I find this one. There's only one place. Oh, I see. Okay, well that's a lot easier to replace. All right. Still wrong. Still, my window's being drawn. Is it just being drawn in the opposite direction? Let me try. Oh, that's worse. No, it's not. Eight. No, this was the same code, but okay, I'm a little surprised because I am treating x and y the same, but I seem to vaguely remember that y coordinates were opposite. 0 at the bottom, but I think I'm just making that up because like that doesn't make any sense. 0, 0 is at the top left. Also shows why the code is the way that it is. So we're doing a full redraw. We start at 0 until the height that we've determined, which, yeah, we've already determined. The height that you're going to be drawing is not the height of the full screen, but the height of the full screen minus the menu bar. Minus the offset of the window, which, yeah, because it does take over that. And then if the current location that we're supposed to start rendering at, sy, which is the offset of y, plus the h, by the way, is sy and s0 being set to 0 here correct? Oh yeah, it is. Means put it at the top left, right? So yeah, if that plus the width is bigger than the maximum width that we're supposed to draw, then we restrict the width of the window to that one. Maximum width minus offset. Okay, cool. Same thing on the y-axis. Okay, cool. Otherwise, if sx is less than 0, we've already handled that condition though, haven't we? We already handled that condition here. Why are we handling it here again? Well, we used to handle it here. But then we set it to 0, so how can it be less than 0 again? I think this condition was never run. It's literally the same code that it used to have before, so maybe I just need to get rid of it. I'm pretty sure that was just repeated code. I hope, anyway. KDE has definitely been the best desktop environment that I've used on Linux as well. I've used GNOME and KDE and XFCE, and yeah, by far it wins. All right. So, okay, this is the screen that we're drawing to, and to the screen we're going to be drawing at the SY location. I see, we don't set this to 0, we set it to this. That's probably it. Yeah, we don't start drawing at the very beginning. We start drawing at the very beginning of the drawable area. Okay, seems like I fixed the issue there, but fully. Seems like I fully fixed the issue. Although, it would look like the calculation of the height here is a little bit wrong, because there is a part of it that is not being rendered correctly. But maybe that's actually on me. Anyway, bring back my menu to maybe a regular size. GNOME, Cinnamon, XFCE, and KDE. I'm the only one I haven't used this. Cinnamon, I don't know what that is. Alright, so everything works fine, but I am seeing a little offset here at the bottom, which I don't think should be there. The interesting part about that offset is that it's always the same size, no matter the size of the menu bar. So maybe it's unrelated? By the way, is there anyone that has used Fluxbox ever? Because I heard something nice about it, but I don't know how it works. And again, probably the way that it works is very pedantic, but maybe what it's capable of doing is nice. Something about being able to customize your own menus or something like that. I don't know. Cinnamon on Linux Mint. Oh, this one! Okay, technically I have used it because I installed Linux Mint very briefly on a virtual machine so I could run rmrf, no preserve root, and see what would happen. The second I clicked on the desktop, by the way, the entire thing crashed and then it couldn't be booted anymore. So long as I was only in the terminal, I could kind of do a few things. But yeah, the second I clicked on the desktop, it just died on me. Neri is also cool, Neri. Scrollable tiling Wayland compositor. Oh yeah, I looked at it. I've seen it. If only Wayland wasn't buggy as shit. And honestly, X11 is buggy as shit because it's deprecated. So it doesn't know modern systems anymore. Okay, let me try something. Git stash push. Then make run. Git stash. Please. Maybe also push submodules. It's so cumbersome to use any Linux feature, any Git feature if you have submodules because they all break. Bisect is really great. There's a bug. You want to find out when the bug was introduced. All right, it lets you go through your commits, like mark a good one, mark a good one, mark a bad one, and then it goes between them until it finds the exact commit that introduced the bug. Cool, unless you have submodules, because it won't move the submodules to the correct commit as they were back when the main module was at a certain point in history, so it becomes really useless. Stash, same thing. You can quickly just hide all your changes. Let me see, am I introducing a new bug, or was the bug always there and I never noticed it? And I have to do it. See, the bug was not there. Although it kind of does happen here as well. But it's just the window decoration that isn't showing. Not... Okay. Looks like GNOME, but tiling? What does? Anyway, now I need to git stash pop. And... Zed does this thing where whenever I try to run the previous command, sometimes it goes up 2 commands. And yeah, the last thing I want is to pop another stash that's in there. Neri looks like GNOME. I don't know, that looks very much like Hyperland. I don't want to open it again. Git stash pop. Echo hello, echo world, echo fuck, echo you, echo Z. Sometimes, like, yeah, you'll be getting the last command, and what it does is it gets two commands up. So if two commands up is stash pop, I risk bringing changes into my my working tree that I don't actually want there. I do use stash sometimes whenever I want to just get rid of whatever I'm doing. Because, like, ugh, this code is shit. Let me start over. Just push it. And if I do need it again, pop it. But a lot of the times I don't, so it remains in the stash. Is it worth investigating that bug this very second? Probably. Make a ruin. Well, actually, am I doing this correctly? The height is this minus that? Yeah. That should be correct. Although, I do wonder. I did change the menu height without recompiling this file, so that may even be why the bug was there. No, it's not. Although it may be why the size of it is that. So I make this 500, I make clean, and I make run. I forgot to do J. Yep. Okay. So it is related to the issue that I'm having. Okay. The issue that it was small even when the menu bar was gigantic is that this file hadn't been recompiled when I made the menu bar gigantic. Okay, so make clean one more time, make J. Then let's go fix it then. All right, a little bit more compositing code before we can move on. Specifically, want to look at the height. So the height of your window has been reduced by this much. However, seems like you're stopping early, right? That's what's happening. Is it stopping early or is it offsetting wrong? If I do this, yeah, it's just stopping early. It should be rendering a little bit more here at the bottom, which it isn't. I don't think it's because I just don't need to change the height. That would be stupid. Yeah, that's not it. Although, hold on. That's not it. Cool. I unlocked a fifth dimension. That's just garbage data, turns out. I would look at something like this and think, oh, that's just like you're drawing to the screen with the wrong stride, which like indicates how big a line on the screen is. But no, that's just garbage data. Anyway, so that wasn't it. By the way, does it happen when I don't disable that? Because that's a different issue then. No, here we're fine. Here we're fine. Okay. All right, so it's an entire issue just of this. Right. The height of your window has just changed. That's it. The offset is correct. Am I modifying the height anywhere else? Here. Should this condition just be this now? That is to say, if your width or height is bigger than the renderable area, draw into the renderable area and that's it. That looks like it fixed it. It looked like it fixed it. For a minute there, it fixed it. See, it's fixed. Just don't do this. Okay. Just to be clear, height is a signed integer, right? It's a signed integer. Okay, they're all signed integers. Just want to be clear on that. This offset is also a signed integer. Fuck it. Everything's a signed integer. Might as well. That might actually literally have fixed the issue. I don't know. No, it didn't. Okay. No, it didn't, but it was worth a shot. Alright, according to this, it's crashing in the scheduler, so this is not right. No matter how many times I fix my dwarf debugger, it just keeps breaking. This is not an accurate stack trace. No matter how many times I try to fix the stack trace, it gets it wrong. So we start at DOS 319. That is actually the Windows system, so I do believe that's probably a correct place where it crashed. 319 calls enable interrupt. Wait, no, this is an accurate crash. An accurate stack trace. It's actually crashing. FF. Okay. Enable interrupt, which does that. It doesn't really call any more code after that. But then it will call the scheduler. And okay, so what's happening here is we're writing too much data. So maybe I did need to keep that SX and SY, but I don't understand why I would have to keep that. And yet, I do. Perfect. We're good now. See if Doom boots. Looks like it doesn't. Couldn't reallocate lump info. What happened? I haven't compiled Doom in a while. I probably made some... Oh, I have made some changes. The malloc that Doom uses is no longer there. So, yeah, it makes sense that you couldn't reallocate. Malloc is now a different kind of call. So I need to recompile Doom. Okay, so let me open this game. Although, to be fair, this color is this color, so that's not helping. But if I move my character here... Okay. Now, it is doing this, which is ugly. Why are you doing that? The mother of all scan lines is happening right now. But it does work fine. And we'll fix those errors later. I'm going to select the code part and comment it out in Z. Same as you do in every editor that's written by people that have used a mouse before. You select it and you do control and then whatever is slash on your keyboard. Alright, so we have a menu bar and a couple... No, the bug is fixed. The whole ugly scan line thing I'll need to fix. But... yeah, that part is working. Coding gives you stress and anxiety? Just saw that comment now. I don't know about that. Coding for fun shouldn't do that. Although, yeah, I've had some ridiculous bugs happening on stream, which, by the way, 99% of the times I fix them the second I end the stream. I guess because I'm also more relaxed. I don't have to explain what I'm doing. I can sit here completely quiet, stare at the code, it stares back at me, we have a little stare down, and then eventually one of us relents, and it's usually the code. I'm pretty good at staring, so I end up fixing it. Besides that, it should be a pleasant activity. It should not be unpleasant. Speaking of which, now that I've been making a game in just Raylib, without using any wrapper libraries or any of my own code, Genuinely great library, man. Great, great, great fucking library. I have to say, very enjoyable. To the point that I'm considering moving away from GLFW again and back up one level to Raylib. One more time. So that's where we're at. Raylib is pretty nice. Although I have to consider, because I will be doing like a GPU renderer soon. Not hardware, just a wrapper around Vulkan, pretty much, for cross-platform. And then CPU renderer for my system, and eventually it will be hardware. But I'll have to see how I can integrate that into Raylib, because GLFW is definitely a lot more low level. It allows me to do it a lot better. Raylib usually wraps functions for you, so I don't know how I can do that. Could go down one level and do native Win32 API and Xlib. I could, but I'm not gonna. I considered it. I'm not gonna lie. I considered it as in with GLFW, it just gives you a window. It doesn't do any actual rendering. You have to do the rendering yourself with OpenGL or Vulkan. However, I am having a really hard time working with Raylib on Mac. It's not their fault. It's 100% not their fault. It's just, I believe it's a weird way in which Mac works. In which, first off, every window has like double pixel density or triple pixel density, which means that the frame buffer that you actually draw to and the window are different sizes. The frame buffer is like twice as big. I can change that, but then essentially all the windows that I create for any of my programs, like this is the size that I wanted to have on a 4K monitor. 3280 by 2160 or something like that. 3000 by 2000, I don't remember the exact numbers. This is the size that I wanted to have, which is what? 1920 by 1080. 3480 by 2160. Yep, not sure if that's what I said, but yeah. On Mac, this is gigantic. And it's a lot of very counterintuitive math to get it right. And it's really annoying. Raylib handles that for you pretty well. I never had these issues until I switched away from Raylib and towards GLFW. Now the thing is, Raylib technically uses GLFW internally, so I could just look at what they're doing. Another thing that I like that Raylib has is audio. Soon enough, I also want to start adding audio to stuff. And damn, it's nice that Raylib has that, whereas GLFW, I will need another library for that. Also, I remember trying to build GLFW and it needed CMake, whereas Raylib is literally just make. Platform, desktop. That easy. Raylib is definitely a lot more user-friendly. Although I haven't done audio in Raylib, so I don't really know how easy or hard it is to do. For example, I found out yesterday that you can't play videos in Raylib, but you can play GIFs, which should be able to do what I wanted to do. But yeah. All right. So we have a menu bar technically, but we're not populating it with anything just yet. Raylib is one of the best things ever happened to humanity. Yes, I agree. Raylib is such a breeze to use. Genuinely, is my code public? Doesn't matter, I'm signed into GitHub. I can literally show it. I was making a game, which is not here. Oh, well, those are top repositories, right? This is definitely not a top repository. What did I call it? Did I call it TTL? No, time to live. Alright, so I put everything in one file. It's super unorganized code. Like I said, I joined the game jam, but my heart didn't, so my heart's not in it. I don't give a shit about any of this. But anyway, look at how simple this code is. Now, granted, this is super unoptimized. Everything that I do is a different draw call. Normally, this is not how you would do things in an optimized game, but like, look at the characters. Look at GitHub struggling to load images first off. Second, look at the characters. You don't imagine this is a particularly resource-intensive game. And it's very, very simple code. Although I have to say, I'm surprised there's no button. There's no such thing as, if anyone knows that if there is a button on Raylib, like an actual draw button thing, I looked at the Raylib cheat sheet and I couldn't find one. So essentially what I have to do is, where is the code for that? Oh, the main menu, which is a different thing. It's under this. Right, so I do, first off, I have to measure the text that I'm going to be writing. And you can see, like I said, super unorganized code. I literally just copied and pasted it, didn't even make it into a variable. Who cares? I measure the text that I'm going to be writing. I couldn't find a way to get the text spacing, by the way, so I'm hard coding it to what I think it should be. Then I draw the text. Thanks to the measurement, I can then draw a rectangle. Oh, I'm doing this to center this text, right? But this one has a rectangle, right? So thanks to the measurement, I can now draw a rectangle in the center of the screen using those coordinates and those sizes that it gave me, and the coordinates of the size of the screen, of course. Then draw the rectangle, then draw the text on top of the rectangle, then check if there's a collision between the mouse and the rectangle, and the mouse button is down. And if that's the case, then the button was clicked. Could I wrap this in a function? Yes. But I'm surprised that it isn't already. That is not a complaint. Again, I can easily wrap this in a function. It's just a little weird that it wasn't. Main reason I didn't wrap it into a function is that I only am doing a button like this once. Incredibly, incredibly simple game, by the way. Probably gonna show it tomorrow because this is the thing that I want to build tomorrow for Windows, by the way. I don't think I'm gonna keep working on it, honestly. I did not. Okay, so here's the thing about this fucking game. I'm not gonna speak ill of the game jam, but it is the Game Maker's Toolkit jam. And some friends were talking about joining it, so in the end I ended up checking it out, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna join, whatever. It really bothers me when they do a game jam and they announce a theme for the game jam, and the theme is just a random word that they picked out of the wheel of names. Like, they just go like this. Wheel of names, open that, click. Alright, the theme for today's jam is going to be Beatrice. That's the theme for this jam. It's gonna be Beatrice. That's what it feels like. Theme is supposed to have an like they're supposed to be like the actual meaning of the thing, in terms of literary theme. It's supposed to be like the meaning of the story, right? Literary doesn't just mean books, also any kind of story or any kind of thing, including games, even if they don't have a story. The theme is supposed to be the meaning of it. And when they announced the meaning, the theme, they said the theme for this year's jam is countdown. I was like, that's a word. That's a word. That's literally just a word. Like that's a game mechanic at best. That's a gimmick, is what it really is. But then it reminded me of when I started my game engine. I made a little thing. I don't have the code for it anymore, but that's where this character came from, by the way. Very ugly guy. It's a 4-day game jam, so definitely not much time. Um, that's where this guy came from. I made like a little demo of the engine in which you had a guy that lives for 10 seconds. You didn't really do anything. It was just a walking simulator in a completely empty world. Mind you, it was just to, test movement and whatnot. But yeah, I made it into a game where you, spoiler alert, die after 10 seconds. But um, this just provides more places for you to move to. So you kind of have to intentionally die to move from a point A to point B by drawing a path by just like constantly dying and moving a little bit further every time. I'm gonna show it again tomorrow. I'm gonna show it tomorrow. I'm not gonna do that today because I don't even have the project cloned, and that's not what we're working on. Whereas tomorrow I'm probably gonna be doing that to compile it on Windows. Um, oh my god. I'm not reading your comment out loud. But fuck right off. Come on, man. No. I had to perform in some game jams. I honestly, the main reason I joined is that some people were talking about it. I was like, eh. Again, actually, what happened is I saw the theme. I went to itch.io. I signed out of the jam. I left the jam. Then later that evening, that was Wednesday, I was like, I did make that game. I did make that thingy. And so I started thinking, well, I could make like a little platformer thingy. Or so this idea came up, and I was like, okay, fine. And I joined again. But that was that. Um, Hello, Celestial Bluetooth. Have I tried Odin? It comes with Raylib out of the box. Are you serious? Damn. You know what? Since I do want to do some audio stuff in the future, because like none of my games have any audio, and also I want to do like a little bit of a DAW type of thing. We do have a little bit of audio in the kernel, but I do need something for cross-platform. So I want to see what Raylib does in terms of audio, because I know they have audio capabilities, but I don't know how it works. So I want to see what it does. Maybe I'm going to try Odin in the process, because I also want to try Odin. It looks like a very nice language. And of course, I do have to mention DuckDuckGo. You need a little bit, maybe collect a little bit of data so you understand what I'm talking about. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So you understand what I'm talking about. If all my searches are about programming languages, especially on this computer where literally all I do is stream and occasionally game, um, I feel like you should understand that, but like it's a good sign that DuckDuckGo does not understand any of my searches because it doesn't have any context on me, but it is frustrating. So collect a little bit of data. Keep track a little bit, please. Anyway, this code here is the one that I've adapted into like a dozen different languages to test them out. So I stole that from Odin. So it would be very nice to actually try out the actual language. So maybe since I want to check out Raylib's audio stuff, and Odin comes with Raylib out of the box, it's an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Try coding something without internet access. Only give yourself internet access. Wait, is that an answer to something or? Oh, you are. Sorry, I missed your question. But I do agree with that. Code without using an LLM, pretty much. Not even without internet access, because sometimes you do need to look things up. Although that is good advice if you can handle it. But if you can handle just not using LLMs, that's also pretty good. All right. So I've been streaming for 2 hours now, right? 2 hours and 19 minutes, and all we have so far is that green bar on the top. Carrot for pointers. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. But at least you have pointers. I like that. I'll see Odin. I'll see Odin. I've decided. One of these days we're gonna do an audio stream. The first audio stream that I do. Not the first one, because when I added this kernel audio stuff, that was the first one, but that was a long time ago. The first audio stream that I do in the new batch of audio streams, which is not writing an audio driver, an audio device driver, but actually writing audio stuff, is going to be with Odin and Raylib. To see if I choose, do I want to use Raylib? If it gives me enough control, I'm good. What if I fork to Odin and replace the caret with an asterisk for pointers and I called it Brodin? You're onto something here. Keep brewing that. Alright, alright, so we have a menu bar. And what do we want to put in this menu bar? So what we want to put is the actual menu. So this thing is going to start with name of the application, followed by a bunch of other menus. And then on the right side, we're going to want to put system tray stuff. Now, what goes on the right side, I haven't decided yet. Probably a clock makes sense, but we do have NTP, Network Time Protocol, but we don't really have a way to access the network. On Linux, there's like all this extra setup you need to do just to bring your QEMU to use the network for some reason. Well, on Ubuntu it was like that. I don't know if it's like that on Debian, to be honest. Let me try. Do we get network stuff? Alright, so use network true. I also have to tell the system to use the network. So telling QEMU to tell to use the network, and then I'm telling the system to use the network with RedOS. Right, I tested out writing into files. That's what fattest is. It's fat test. Fat32 test. The fattest. I am moving away from Zed. I just haven't had a lot of time to work on my code editor. Super busy week at work. Joined the game jam. My compiler was super broken on Mac. I had to rewrite a lot of code for it. That was super annoying. So I couldn't even get the editor to compile fully this entire week. So yeah, I haven't worked on it much. But no, that's gonna be my replacement. Do we have network stuff here? Usenet, yeah, turn that to true. And let's see if it works. Well, that's gonna be a no. That looks like a no for me, dog. NTPD, the Network Time Protocol daemon, I'm assuming, is the one that crashed by probing 10.0.2.255, which I'm not super familiar with addresses, but I do believe that is what my router claimed to be. Or rather, what the redacted OS was told is the network address for... I don't know the exact terminology, okay? Like, again, most of the networking stuff has been contributor code. So I'm not super familiar with the terminology, but 10.0, that address, 0.2.255. So this is like the main part of the address, which is what Linux told me is the address of the network. Normally it should be something like, which is it is on my network, right? It should be this. And then the 255 is for broadcast. 255 just means it's not talking to a specific machine, it's broadcasting. That's what 255 means, probably. I'm not sure, but that's usually what it means to talk to 255. It means you're broadcasting whatever you're sending to whoever may receive it. This is what it should have looked like, though. The fact that it looks like this and not this tells me that Linux is not accurately forwarding my real network to the virtual machine. So, no, we don't have networking. There's a whole lot of setup that you need to do. And the same person that contributed actually told me how to do it, but I never got it to work. And, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Alright, so yeah, we could have network time protocol. I'm sure maybe on Mac I can get it to work. Although there you need sudo access. It's a mess. It's a damn mess. You need either sudo or you need a signed version of QEMU that includes an entitlement to use the network. Or actually, I don't think you need any entitlement, you just need it to be signed. It just needs to be code signed. Otherwise, not code signed code is not allowed to use the network by default, I believe, or not certain features of the network. But yeah, you can't do networking on QEMU without signing or using sudo. Which there is a wrapper called UTM, which does provide a signed QEMU. And if you want, you can sign it. But yeah. Maybe the virt manager actually handles that for me. So tomorrow when I test out creating a Windows virtual machine, because like, all the virtual machines I created with the virt manager have had networking with no issues, no configuration needed. So I'm pretty sure that probably does it for me. Then I can attempt running the system on there, at least I'll have networking. But I won't be able to constantly recompile it. That's a little bit of an issue. Okay. Where were we? Alright, we haven't really written a whole lot of code today. I just patched the compositing, I created the menu bar, and then I didn't do much for it. Alright, not much to put in the menu bar right now, and nobody has told me that they've used Fluxbox. So I'll look into it in a second because I want to see how can I make these menus customizable. I want to make these menus customizable. I think the application should provide you with a default of what the menus look like, but if you want to, you should be able to customize them. And I seem to remember on Plan 9, you could rename the menus. And essentially, if I don't want this menu to be selection, but I want it to be window, I just rename it, and this menu moves over here by doing that. A little bit gimmicky, right? Moving them like this, I can't really do it, but like dragging and dropping would be a much cleaner interface for that. But it is interesting. When are we going to see the OS in bare metal? You can see it, you just can't interact with it. I do have the Raspberry Pi 3B here to work on it. Again, I've been super busy, so I haven't been able to even touch it, besides today when I've been showing it on camera every 5 seconds. Also, it's really old, so the plastic is like cloudy. But whatever. It still works, I think. It might be dying. I'm not sure. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. For that, I need to write new interrupt code. Because it doesn't use the same interrupt controller as literally all the other Raspberry Pis. For the 4 and 5, I need to do PCIe, which somebody has already said they wanted to contribute to that, so I'm not going to be touching it. Until then, they work, but they don't have USB, which is the only way that I handle input. So, well, there's UART. You know, I actually haven't tested UART input on them. since I added it a while ago. Huge mistake on my part. I probably should have done that. That seems like a thing I probably should have wanted to do, but whatever. I'll get to it. Yeah, so bare metal's coming up soon, for sure. Especially today I'm doing windowing, but the alternative that I could have worked on was distributed file system, which I will start working on soon when I'm done with windowing. And then I will need real hardware to have the system actually running in different nodes and whatnot. So I'll need to figure out the networking stuff that's currently not working on this machine. I'll need to figure out Fuse so that Linux can also participate in being a node in this distributed system, and I need to figure out real hardware. So we'll get there. All right. So we have a menu bar at the top, but Windows should also have a little thing here. I plan on putting tabs on it, not the menu bar, tabs, so you can have multiple windows, although I will not add that functionality just yet. So it will be empty, but I will be adding an X, which is going to be very helpful. Then eventually I will be adding these two buttons as well. Right now it's just going to be the X. All right, so where are we actually rendering the window? I believe it's here, where we do redraw win. There's commit frame, and then there's this draw window, which is the one that actually draws the window. Here it is. Okay. All right. So draw solid window. What is that? Oh, it creates the actual rectangle. All right. So what are you doing? Okay, I see what I'm doing. This code could probably be written a little bit better. But the currently focused window is going to be shadowed, has a shadow at the bottom of it to show you that it's the currently focused one. Only if you have that option enabled. All right, so you can see that. And then the solid window is what actually draws the thing. So there, we're going to want to render. Okay, first off, in draw window, the size of the window is going to be the width plus the border size times 2. That's good. The height plus the border size times 2 plus the tab bar size, which we will be rendering inside of here. So we can probably just do a define here. Tab bar size will also make it 30. So we're leaving space for the tab bar, but I'm pretty sure we're leaving it at the bottom. Yeah, we're leaving that space at the bottom. So fixed point is going to be plus tab bar size, and there we're leaving space for the actual tab bar at the top. Now, is it still at the bottom? No, it's offset wrong. It's offset wrong. Oh no, hold on. To be fair, here I'm rendering the actual window. I'm not rendering the contents of the window here. Can I disable that real quick? Just not render the contents of the window. And just look at what the window looks like. Alright, so that is a little fucked. But that bug was actually already there, so... I'll have to fix that as well. Alright, I'm finally getting around to fixing a lot of very small visual bugs that have been very annoying. But you get used to them, you kind of don't see them anymore. Okay, but now we have space to draw a solid window. And actually, that offset that I had, where is it? Here, this offset, we're not gonna add that. We're just gonna make the entire window bigger. Then this thing is the window point, and it's going to be the fixed point X and the fixed point Y plus the tab bar size. That is going to be the window. That is going to be the size of the window that we render, yes. Yes. And the window size is going to be the opposite of that. It's going to be the size that we were given width and the size that we were given height minus the tab bar size. And that is going to go here. All right. And then we're going to make our window that color. Too much. That color. Very small. How can that possibly be 30? But that is correct. Again, these bars moving, that's my bad. But that was already there. In my defense, that issue was already there. So we're going to fix that too. And then we're going to bring back the window rendering using the tab bar offset as well. What I don't understand is how this is... Oh, this is probably not 30. This is probably 50. Yeah, the menu height is 50. Okay, so the tab bar height is also 50. Okay. And then the window compositor that's actually creating a new window, a new managed window as I call it, which is a full screen-ish window, but it does have a little bit of an offset, which I maybe want to get rid of. But that offset is allowing me to see the borders, but I probably want to get rid of it. Anyway, it's going to be that minus the size of the tab bar, which I'm going to need to move out of here. And just to be consistent, I'm going to call this height as well. Right, so that's actually height, that's actually height, that's actually that. There we go. So make the window a little bit smaller now to accommodate for that. And now that didn't work. It didn't change in the slightest. I am recompiling everything, yes, making sure. I'm making the window smaller, aren't I? Like, I have to be making it smaller, so how is it not smaller? What if I make the window literally just the size of this thing? We should get a very small window, right? A very wide window. I think we did. I don't see it anywhere. I'm pretty sure we did. Maybe not make it that small because it's hard to see what's happening. Yo, what is happening? I don't get it. Let me see something then. I don't create a manage window. I draw a window. There we go. That's what I expected. And also, when I draw a window from here to here, when I draw a window from here to here, the top bar goes a little bit under the window, which is maybe not super correct. Feels very weird. Everything feels weird. So that's probably something very wrong with it. If I draw a window, first off, where's the menu bar right now? Is there no menu bar unless there's windows? I just realized that. No, 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 don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Let it go. All right, start at the very beginning, end at the very end. That's a full screen window. Where at the top is the menu bar. And the window actually takes up the entire screen. Now that there's a menu bar, you can't really see it, but it takes up the entire screen. All right. So I believe the change I should have made is here. The height should not include the size of the menu bar here. That will probably make it make more sense. Nothing's changing. I don't get it. If I draw a window here, down to here, that's exactly how I want it. Yes. That did exactly what I thought it should do, which is create a window where the top bar is where I began drawing. The top bar, I begin drawing here, I draw here. Funny, I didn't notice that was happening. But yeah, they're mostly kind of aligned, right? If I start drawing here, it's not super accurate. Although, that's okay. It is accurate, it's just that the cursor is not accurate. Because you would think the cursor pointer is in the middle, but it's actually in the top left. So that's not a great cursor, to be honest. That's not the best cursor I could have done. That needs a little bit of work, and I never realized that that was a thing. But if you account for that and you start drawing here, and you do this, it puts the window exactly where you think it should put it. Alright, so that's good. Now the menu bar should be drawn for all of them. That's a different story. What I don't understand is why I can change the code here and nothing changes. You're calling create window, which reduces the height that you gave me. Should probably also increase... No, not here. The offset then? Should probably do that, yeah. Okay. But my window is still bigger than it needs to be. That is still a full screen window. So now I also remove the tab bar height here. But why do I have to do that twice? Okay, that is exactly how it should look. That's how I want it to look. What I don't understand is what happens if I move it out of this? If I just don't include this code, what happens then? Why am I removing the tab bar height twice? It is 50. It's the same size as the menu bar. That's roughly, I would say, they're the same size, yeah. Hard to tell considering the thing takes up the entire screen, but yeah. I would say that's the same size. So that's very weird. Whatever. Anyway, okay, so that's working. I am not actually rendering a tab bar, so I'm gonna be doing that. And actually, it's going to be somewhat of a parent to the window. Like that. By the way, am I using this? This fill property is not being used. I'm getting rid of it. Anyway, now you're rendering a rectangle. What? What do you mean use undeclared identifier draw? I'm literally using it right here. And you understand that it's a macro. Oh, but I'm not supposed to use it twice. That's what you mean. Then, yeah, you're onto something for sure. Is the rectangle. That's how you do that. I'm confused. Hold on. Let me bring the old code back. All right, so it looks like this. Then I want to have draw a rectangle as well. Here I want to copy the body of the rectangle. It's this whole thing. That's probably what was wrong. This whole thing is the body of my rectangle. Then this is the children. Although I'm missing the name of the function. All right. There we have it. Now, this rectangle is going to be a child of this one. So it goes there. Put a semicolon in and remove this call. All right. Now we're good. So this one's not going to have a border. This is just a tab bar. Although, yeah, it should have a border. It should have a border. It should be the fixed point and fixed size, the full thing. Like that. Its background color is going to be that. Its foreground color is going to be white. And then inside of that, we're going to render this one isn't going to have any borders. Inside of that, we're going to render the actual window. You might think it's not working. You might look at this and think, oh, where did the tab bar go? Well, it actually does work. Tiny little issue. That color I picked for it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is the background color. Right, so let's pick its opposite. So it literally worked, but it was invisible because I used the exact same color. Alright, there we have it. I'm picking some ugly ass colors, but actually these two go well together. They just don't go with the rest. They don't super clash with the background. They obviously clash with the clashy color over here. But yeah, they work well. Hold on, let me just very quickly. If I'm not mistaken, I'm doing something like BG color plus 111. Okay, that is going to be the color of my menu. Let's see now. Okay, that's better. Yeah, they clash a little bit with this, but it overall works okay. Now, my borders are completely gone. Um, Where'd they go? Oh, wait. I disabled the comments and then the borders, and then I never brought them into the new border thingy. So, all right, bring it back. Should go here. That's where my borders are. I'm a master programmer elemental and defeat AI hypers. Welcome, man. Love to hear that. All right, so the borders are back, but even though there's a window being rendered on top of them now, they do still have that little rendering bug there. And another thing is we need to do this, and we need to do this. Manual offsetting of the border size. Haven't worked with this UI library in so long. Okay, so now we have a neat, clean little border, but when I move, this happens. The border shifts more than it needs to. Only on the right side, so only on the H. Pretty much the same bug that I fixed earlier. I have to fix again. This time though, instead of being in compositing code, I need to fix it inside of a immediate mode UI library. But that should be possible. So UI, Uno, has the same name as my retained mode UI library, by the way. It's just a lot simpler. Borders, 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 borders. This is the border code. And let's see. You render at, first off, which borders are the ones that are giving me the trouble? I'm not going to debug all of them. These are the top and bottom borders that are active right now. So I need to debug the bottom border, but not the top one. So this one. And then I need to debug this one, I believe. This one and this one, and that is correct. So when I do this, they both shift away from where they should be. Okay, that should be fixable. Speaking of which, can I just not have a background color for this thing? And can I see the borders in that case? If the window is black. Yes, okay. So that's the bug that we're trying to fix. A lot easier to see it now. And let's see, the reason that this happens is that it's literally the same code that I wrote earlier. Well, that I had bugs with earlier, so now I just need to make them the same. They look very similar, not the same code. Holy shit, look how easy that was. That bug's been there for months. It's really funny when you've had a bug for months that you haven't really tried to fix. You just haven't been paying attention to it. I got used to that bug, so I was like, whatever. I genuinely did not look at it, but look how easy it was to fix. Now, the reason it was so easy to fix is I didn't have to parse all this math, because I've already done that today, less than 3 hours ago. Let's face it, I spent an hour yapping, so 2 hours ago. I parsed this entire logic once, so I don't have to do it again. Whereas if I had tried to fix it just by itself, it probably would have taken longer. All right. With that done, then border color, we're good. Background color for this thing, we're gonna make it same as the menu bar. All right, so that is our window. Did I re-enable the other two? I did not. Yeah. I was like, great, now I bugged the other two, but no, I just didn't re-enable them. There, now I have a window with very clearly 4 borders that no matter what I do, work perfectly fine with each other. Although the menu bar also needs a little bit of shadow, because, yeah, blends very easily. Alright, and finally, I'm going to bring back my compositor. No, it's not the compositor that I disabled. I disabled who calls the compositor. So bring that back. I'm going to need to make some adjustments here as well. Because my window renders on top of the menu bar and leaves the menu bar at the bottom. Whereas instead, it should be rendering the other way around. So the window frame plus tab bar height. That should be it, actually. Although up there too, maybe? Looking good! Hold on. Does that have to do with this? I don't think that has to do with this. Yeah, no, it doesn't have to do with that. Alright, so what is happening is, once again, we are writing pixels somewhere that we should not, which means out of bounds. Man. That's gonna be a... well, not necessarily a tough one to debug, but I don't know, man. Alright, there's an ad coming up, so I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'll figure this out. Okay, I'm back. All right. What was I even doing? Man. Right, so there's a crash happening. So it's not related to the latest line of code that I wrote. So I'm gonna keep that as it is, because that's supposed to be there. But I mean, it kinda is. It came at some point recently. There it is. Is that because of the window drawing? Like if I just don't draw the window at all. That's what would make sense as to what's causing this issue, right? No, that's not it. It's the compositing then. I should have probably done a commit. That would have been a smart idea. But if I had bothered... Right, so completely empty window works perfectly fine. Composited window does not. Hello, goldfish. Context switch on x86-64 is such a mess. Do you really have that much to do for it? Oh my god. System is a mess. What can I say? Alright, so the issue happens the second... Well, not quite the second, but a little bit the second that I go under the window, which means we're drawing more than we should. Right, so somewhere there's a height that needs to be limited. And it doesn't have to do with this. Just confirm the entire thing. 1024 bytes to save? What? Yeah, that's not it. There's no way you have to save 1,000 bytes of stuff. Even if half of that is whatever, something specific, doesn't matter. The other half is just bloat. Do you want to see how much I have to save? For the entire context switching? I'll show you. Registers. One system register, which is the one that determines the status of the current running program. And then that is it. 31 registers, 32, 33, 34. $272 bytes. For that matter, I'm actually pretty sure. That's my theory real quick. That's gonna break yeah. That is gonna break everything. But just because I'm using offsets to save to these values. If I introduce a bogus value, well, again, I'm using offsets, so even if this was being used, it just saves to this one instead of that one. Let me see, context switch. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 18 is now being saved right now, so we skipped that one. 18 skipped, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. 31 and 32 are skipped. Though we go back to both of them. So I am using all those registers. God, I don't feel like reading this right now. I'm actually feeling a headache coming, so let's not do that. None of this is important right now. We're having a different crash. Which again probably comes from the compositing software, the compositing function, but I don't understand why. It was working fine before, so I'm kind of starting to understand why. It's probably you. No, no, that's not it. That was very surprising. All right. By the way, if the system doesn't use Windows, should it use menu bars? Probably. I mean, yeah, if you have a single window but it has menus, like if it's just a terminal window but it has menus, yeah, it should. Um, what even is FPU and AVX, by the way? Floating point unit, most likely. XMM AVX. Incomprehensible. Anyway, I really kind of wish I had done a commit of the code that I did have, so I could pinpoint where the issue started. Because this wasn't happening before. And I specifically did that same test. I don't think it's the network. Might as well check. That would have been really fun if it was the network. I didn't make any changes here. All right, this is the window compositor. Maybe that's the problem. I guess it's worth a shot. This was already there, so no, that's not it. And let me at least stage the changes that I do know are not the problem. This is not the problem. This is just a to-do. This might be the problem. And I would have thought this might be the problem, but no, why would it be? And besides this part, my code worked the same. So how about just gonna do this part manually, all right? How about I don't draw anything on the window? Did I already test this? Worth a shot. Also, does it work with these windows? Yeah, it still happens. I feel like, man, I don't understand when I introduced this bug. I literally checked before I started adding tab bar stuff. Everything worked fine. Unless the issue is with you guys. Although, no, because I'm not rendering them anymore and it still happened. No, that's not it. All right. This is exactly as I left it. This is perfectly fine, tested, checked code. This is irrelevant. I'm struggling to see where the code is that might have introduced this issue then. Zed, can you not be useless for once? I need you to show me the changes that I made. Damn. Could be this. Hold on, what's the latest change I made on this? What do you mean you can't see it? The Z is genuinely becoming so useless. Why can I not undo in a file? I guess I closed it. Jesus Christ. It's still becoming useless, what can I say? Anyway, this here is what fixed the crash last time. Which is that if the width of the window was bigger than the width that we're allowed to draw, then what did this code used to look like before? That would be then SX and SY. So I'm not sure why, but I literally fixed this exact bug with the code as it was before. And then this was missing. So it went back to crashing after a bit when I was working on completely unrelated stuff. Oh yeah. That's reasonable. Whatever. Whatever. Alright, and again, the tab bar is currently being rendered at the bottom when it should be rendered at the top. So we offset the window by that much. Is that it? There's our window. Not quite. Almost. But a little bit of the window is now being rendered. Not enough. Not enough of it is being rendered. Besides that, we're good. Back to the compositing code. What did it look like before? All I did was replace this with that. And these if-else's were literally useless because these values were already 0. This code was the same as this code. Okay, but now I'm taking too much from the width and the height, aren't I? What? That's a different error. Oh. Well, that's interesting. I mean, probably corrupted some code still by doing this, but that's very interesting that I get a scheduler panic, not a crash. Still, corrupting memory, that's pretty much what's happening. Alright, so this offset here, is it from the tab bar, or is it from the... Wait, hold on, where's the create window? Because that is actually incorrect now. Create window. This code is missing now, so that kind of makes sense, maybe, kind of. No, it still happens. Okay, so genuinely, why do I need this code? I still don't understand why in one place I'm subtracting the size of the tab bar twice. That is very weird. But this is the correct size of the window. The only problem is we're not rendering a little bit too much. We're being a little bit too conservative with the rendering of the window. Alright, so that's... okay. The problem is... Zscaler client is some of the most frustrating software. It might as well have been made by GNU. I literally click on something here and it switches to a different repo. Sometimes it does that and it doesn't even show it visually. So you'll be doing a commit in a repo, but actually you did it in a completely different repository. Like, how? My God, there's no way LLMs cannot fix this fucking problem, right? If you're gonna be vibe coding, can you at least make sure that you do it with something that can actually handle the workload? Because it clearly cannot. And this bug has been here since I've been using Zed. And instead of fixing it, they've just introduced new ones. Or it has introduced new ones. Because I don't believe there's any people coding at this editor anymore. But I've been using it for months. That bug has been there for months. And it's just gotten worse. Now sometimes it switches to a different repo without even showing it visually. So I don't realize that I'm doing a commit to the wrong repository. So you're going to find a bunch of nonsensical commits that don't really reflect what actually was changed, that introduce debug logs and whatnot that don't make any sense, because I never got to clean up the code before I committed it. And the commit message is for a different repo. God. So I use NeoVim, like I get it, but like, I need a modern code editor. NeoVim and Emacs are stuck in the 70s. And it's now the 80s at the very least. It is at least the 80s right now. So I need something that at least works in the 80s. Alright, just very quickly going through everything. Or not, apparently I skipped something. What did I skip? This. Somehow, even though I thought I clicked it. No, more. Okay, now I've checked it. Now I've checked everything. Right, at the very least I'm staging it. I can have a point to go back to. Same for... I want to punch Z in the fucking face. I need Z to have a face so I can punch it. This is genuinely infuriating behavior. You can choose between an antiquated code editor and a vibe-coded code editor. These are the two choices that we have nowadays when it comes to code editors. Or an unfinished one. Because there's a lot of unfinished ones, including my own. Literally doesn't even have enough functionality to actually use it, which is why I'm still on Z. Then again, it's like 2 weeks old. And I've been busy for most of those 2 weeks. At least it was the slop in the 70s. GNU has been around for a lot longer. Although, you're talking about NeoVim, so okay. But slop has been around for a long time. Again, GNU has been around for a while now. Okay, so the only issue right now, is this. And I want to see, is that from the offset of the menu bar or the toolbar? Maybe I want to call it a toolbar. Because it's called a tab bar, but I don't plan on including tabs anytime soon. Alright, so to find out, we're going to make the menu bigger. And it's the menu. Okay. Since this also got bigger, that's how you know. Alright. still don't believe this code should be here. And oh, maybe this check should be different? EX CTX height? Maybe should just be using the original? Right, because the offset of the window plus the height bigger than kind of. It's not super correct, but it should still work. Yeah. Ish. 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 Alright, it should actually be the height of this thing let me go back. This is how the code looked when it had the bug. Okay. SY is the offset on the screen right now. Normalized so that if the window begins before the screen starts, it actually starts here. But not the screen, now also the offset. In which case we're already reducing the height of this thing by that much. However, if the current offset plus the height are bigger than, yeah, the renderable area, that should have been correct. We clamp it to the renderable area minus y. What's wrong with that? Although, okay, so hold on. Let me start the whole logic again. H is the size of the renderable area of the window, which we got from here. And hold on, let me put it back to how it was. Like this. This worked. But it still had a little bit of an issue. But wait, why are we back on 50? Let's make that 150 again. And test it. Alright, no. So the issue is entirely here. Displays 4K, I think? Yeah, 4K. Digital Logic Simulator, because I don't really like any of the ones that I can find. And the one I legally downloaded does not work anymore. Weren't you working on that? Wasn't someone working on that? I remember some Discord posts. Some posts on my Discord, I mean. Also, saw this from Steam earlier. Somebody linked it. Anyway, back to you. Alright, the offset, once we get to this point, is going to be Steam game. Yeah, I'll link it later. It's called Turing Complete. But yeah, I'll link it later. The offset at this point in our window. Right, okay, so again, red is the screen, green is the renderable area, blue is the window. So our window started here, but not really, actually. Our window started here. Like this. But if we scroll, the window goes like this. At which point, hello, Richard. Welcome. where was I? Right, so this didn't trigger. The offset of the window is going to be, that's probably because it didn't trigger actually, that this happened. If the offset of the window plus the height of the window is bigger than the renderable area, but that's not actually accurate. What I wrote that actually works only for the first time until you scroll is that not the renderable area, but the entire screen. If it's bigger than the renderable area, it should be clamped to the renderable area, but look at this. This is clamping something that should not be clamped. Is it clamping something that should not be clamped though? The tab bar is not visible. Okay, so maybe that is correct. But then, what is the new height of the window? The new height of the window is going to be the height of the renderable area minus the offset. The height of the renderable area minus the offset. That is the new height of the window. And yet, is it being changed again later? It is not changed again later, and can I print here? I think I should be safe printing. I just have to include the printer. All right, the offset is this, the height is this. Inside of this offset, this height. We're just doing heights. Offset sy, height is h. Then that is the height, and that is the renderable area. All right. GNU tools use the dumbest build system of all time. Yeah, probably. I cannot be, but I could never compile code written by GNU. I could not do that to myself. But yeah, that makes sense. What you're saying makes perfect sense. All right, so right now there is an offset of 16. Let's start at the very, very, very beginning of this thing, where we haven't done any calculations. Because we're already off to a bad start here. 6. The offset of the window is 6. What do you mean the offset of the window is 6? That's sy, which is an offset taken from the compositor the global window offset, the frame of the window. Okay, so that's where the 6 comes from. There should also be a tab bar height of 50. by the way. Offset. Window offset, frame 50. What does the global window offset start with? 0, I believe. Uninitialized. That's a little bit of an issue. But 0. Not really 0. Let me do this whole thing with this window. Starting to see what's happening a lot better now. Come on, man, we're almost there. Inside of 0, 0. What? Excuse me, how is the size of this thing 0? It's literally being calculated by this thing. It physically cannot be 0, 0 when it has hard-coded a value of 150 with no math being done. What do you mean its value is 0, 0? Am I printing it wrong? 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. EXBB size height. Okay. What? Oh, because they're integers. I'm printing them as floats. So that's... Okay, I figured it was going to be a printing error because that made no sense. All the math would not work in the slightest. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. These values make a lot more sense. All right. So let me bring back a safety check even though it doesn't do anything. All right, so we have an offset of 110, which is wrong. My window is not being rendered like this, which is how it should be rendered. But whatever. That's where the offset should be. At that's not the... I'm gonna go crazy if I keep going down that route, so it doesn't matter. Alright, you're supposed to render at 150, which is where this thing ends and the window begins. That's where you begin rendering your thing. That, plus the size of the tab bar, which adds 50. I have to say, I'm printing this stuff, I have no idea what I'm looking at anymore. Okay, let me just change the math around and see what happens. Okay, so that adds actually extra stuff and then makes it crash. That makes sense, I guess. So we might be making the window bigger than it is, than it needs to be. But here, the SY has already been modified. Oh, I think what I meant to use here was the offset. Not the origin point. Here as well, I believe. Come on. Oh, this is annoying. Alright, let me see what this looked like before. Again, this line is irrelevant. It was doing the same thing as this. But the SX plus W, size of the width of the screen, clamp it to the width being the width of the screen minus SX, which is the global offset of this entire window. This is not relevant because this is for when the window is under the menu bar, which it isn't. But then okay. Then this needs to be the offset Y. Well, not Y. In both. Should have been X in the other one. But also no. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Holy fuck. Somehow that didn't crash, by the way. I'm going crazy here. Alright, when we've determined the global offset of your window, global offset of your window plus the size of the window are too much, then hold on, there's even more issues. But that's with the tab bar. And that's an issue for another moment. That's not relevant here. Let me, instead of making a full screen window, let me make just a tiny... Instead of making a full screen window, immediately make a full screen window. Amazing. I'm just too used to doing it that way. Alright, let me use one of these, right? And there it is. Same bug, and I'm guaranteed that none of the window is below this thing. So this code becomes irrelevant to debugging this issue. There is an issue with this code. It's not causing any visual issues, but it is putting the tab bar under the menu bar, which it shouldn't. Although that's not much of an issue, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's a relevant issue. I think it's just an issue with this. One of these two lines of code, but it doesn't really matter right now. So the issue is where then? So if I found all the issues that aren't issues, but not the actual issue. All right, let's see. So the offset of 500 the offset right now being 400 starts rendering here. Plus the 523 gives us a total of 930, which is the exact size before it starts clamping. there's that offset there. So the size of my window is 1080. The size of my window is 1080, and I'm getting 930 with 150 menu bar. So the size of this thing is correct. Okay, so that calculation is correct. All right, so then I'm seeing an offset of 407, which I'm going to assume is correct. This point here is 407. Yeah, roughly looks about right, I guess. Yeah. And the height of 523, which does this look like it's like half the size of the... Yeah, that's about right. Trying to put it in the exact place where it was. There it is. Um, all right. So then the clear problem is that is not bigger than the height. The correct check should be the current point at which I'm rendering the window. Okay, I'm understanding the problem now. I just still wrapping my head around it. Hold on. All right, let me get this. Let me get this straight. Let me see. All right. I lost it. I lost it. I actually lost it. I still kind of understand it, but I cannot wrap my head around it at all. All right. This SY represents the global location of the window, not the location of the window relative to the screen. There's my problem. And yet it works fine. See, right now, the window's at 0. It's not accounting for the menu bar. I mean, for the tab bar of the window itself. But the window right now is at 0. Well, 1. I moved it. Whatever. If I move it down here... Genuinely, this would probably take me a lot less if I just came back to it tomorrow or something. But I'm stubborn right now. It's such a tiny little bug, and I'm sure it's literally just one line fix. So... would have taken me less to just type the two values manually. Let's see if that's correct, and then I'm gonna say what I think the logic for that is. Shit, that was almost correct. Oh my god. Ah, for a second there, I thought I got it. For a second there. Oh my god. Almost had it. I mean, no, I did get it. I did get it. Okay. I fixed the if. I now need to fix the then. The then. Boom. It works. Don't even have to look at it. I know it works. Shit, I told you. I was so scared it wasn't actually gonna work. Alright, so Yeah, like I said, probably this took me like 10 times longer than it should have to debug because I am tired. It's been mostly math. It's been mostly math. I should have thought of that. I chose to do this instead of Fuse Driver for Linux because I wanted something fun. I should have realized how much math was in this shit. That's my bad. Anyway, um, yeah, okay, it works now. So the offset of the window, which by the way is here, not here, for terms of rendering, right? Starts here. Um, was look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how to explain it. Um, it works, okay? It works. I'm not a mathematician. Um, so subtraction is difficult for me, okay? I don't know how this works. I just know we fixed it. Um, no, but okay. The origin point of this check for like whether we should clamp the size of the window or not was up here. But it should have been down here where the menu bar starts. Okay, I actually was able to explain. Holy shit! Give me a mathematics diploma. I was able to explain the math that I just wrote. It's literally basic subtraction. I'm that shit at math. Jesus Christ. And yet I can manage. So if I was really shit at math, I would not be writing all this geometric code. I would not be making games that require a lot of like uh even if you use an engine, require a lot of math, a lot of um, physics, even. Not a lot, usually you just have a physics engine that handles stuff for you, and physics is pretty much just black box. But still, you still have it. But yeah, KDE user. KDE user who just found out you can do this. By the way, I am assuming, I'm giving KDE the benefit of the doubt in the fact that if you zoom in, you can see the pixels, but then you can see that the cursor is not aligned with the pixels. And I'm going to assume there is a proper reason for doing that. Does anyone know what that proper reason is? I would love to know it. Again, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's literally just a really annoying thing that KDE is doing. But I just found out you can zoom into KDE. Anyway, did I make a custom kernel or Linux kernel? What's the issue, guys? Shut up. I'm not telling you the issue again. It's an origin point. It's origin point. It was wrong. Calculating at the very top left when I should have offset the bar and then calculated. That's it. Yeah, so no, it's a fully custom kernel. There we go. There we go. Although, let me bring this back to 150 again. The window compositor here. This should not be the tab bar height. This should be the menu height. That's the other bug that I was talking about, but not inside the compositor. There we go. So now if I have a really big menu bar for some reason, the window that I create is smaller. Now, it can easily go down here and whatnot, but yeah, the window that I create is smaller. Oak. Oh, the KDE zoom. Okay. Sorry, I just spent 10 minutes trying to understand what an issue was, and then like 2 minutes trying to figure out how to word the solution because I didn't even fully understand it. So I thought you were referencing that. The issue with KDE is this. If you zoom in too much that you see the pixels, the cursor is not aligned to it. I don't think it's an issue. I think that's an intentional choice. I sure hope it's an intentional choice. But does anyone know the reason behind it? All right. We already have operating systems like Windows, Linux, and Mac. Why would you make another one? Because they don't work. Yours is? Oh, fuck's sake, it's a bug. No. Hold on, is it like that everywhere? See, that's not aligned. You see that, right? None of those are aligned. Then again, why does it allow me to zoom into the pixels? Anyway. Okay. Window compositing. Window composited. Imagine that a big Dark Souls, like boss defeated screen just came up. Windows composited. Right. Uh, so yeah, that's the reason to make another operating system, because the ones we have are mostly shit. I mean, Mac is okay. Although I do have to say again, I was talking earlier about iOS now having, I don't know, on iOS 27. Um, let's put it this way. I recorded a video, and next thing I know, it has auto captions in my camera roll that I can disable by default but not fully turn off. And obviously the next thing I did was put it in airplane mode and see if it still generated the captions, and it does, which means it's completely local, so yeah, privacy, whatever, but I didn't fucking ask for that. I don't want that. It's creepy as shit that I am filming a video and you are captioning my video without my consent instantly in my camera roll. So with that being the state of current operating systems, can you blame me? Also, DOS is not the kernel. That's just the name of my Windows system, because Windows. Windows. That's it. By the way, gentle reminder for Apple, since you guys seem to have forgotten, in the European Union, your invasive ass AI is not welcome. You said you weren't gonna put it in because of privacy concerns, and yet I am unable to turn it off. I live in Spain, which is in the European Union last I checked. This should not be a thing. Just because it's local AI does not change the fact that absolutely nobody except for a few brain-dead programmers actually fucking like the damn thing. We need to stop. We need to... We need to stop. No, we don't need to stop, because I don't fucking make AI shit. I don't make AI slop, and I don't shove AI down anyone's throat. They need to fucking stop with the AI bullshit. We're tired. Literally, nobody except for programmers actually thinks AI is useful. And managers. Nobody. When I say nobody, I mean nobody. Boomers. What a great fucking group to be in. Boomers, programmers, morons. Sorry, I said that last one twice. And what's the first thing I said? Managers. Managers, not any manager, specifically the ones that want to save money, that think this is a money saving thing. What an insane group of people to think that they're correct about literally anything. Oh, and the same people that are selling you the AI spy glasses, by the way, that's a thing. AI can be used to spy on people, to secretly record people. It can be used to scan everyone's conversations because people cannot be parenting their children correctly. That's actually just an excuse. It's just so we can scan people's conversations. AI can be used to make global warming worse. It can be used to make software worse. Literally look at Zed, as it literally falls apart as I keep using it more and more. It can be used to scam people. It can be used to deceive people in general. It doesn't have to be a scam. Um, what else can you do with AI? Companies need age verification to separate human traffic from bot traffic. Look, the funniest fucking thing. I used to like Twitter. Now, I'm on it because I used to like it. Though I deleted my account for a few years. Now I'm back, unfortunately. But I do find it funny. However, the funniest fucking thing is Elon buying and saying like, oh my god, there's so many bots. Everyone's a bot. Everyone I disagree with is a bot. So then he introduces Grok, which is literally a bot. But also, literally everybody on that fucking website with a blue checkmark is a bot. Blue checkmarks are not human. I don't mean that in the sense that these are people that paid a man that at some point was a trillionaire actual money, so they're below human intelligence. I don't mean that. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that they are actual bots. If you look under a viral tweet, the blue checkmark replies are all chatbots that are talking about something maybe tangentially related to one of the words that was used in the caption of the video. The blue checkmark system replaced the verified user system, which is like this person has been like checked that this is an actual celebrity, this is an actual politician. They replaced that. Now it's like this person paid and proved that they're human, and they're literally all bots. Masterful gambits, sir. Absolutely fucking amazing, Elon. Remember when people thought this guy was smart? That's actually so funny. People used to think this guy was smart. So yeah, now we need to age verify, which is definitely not an excuse to get your ID. Definitely not an excuse to do that. By the way, now it's so funny that all mobile operating systems have a very easy, convenient way to verify the user's identity without an ID. Like purchase history, how long you've had your account, those kinds of things are used to verify your age, not an ID. I wonder how they feel about that. So anyway, we're tired of AI, in case it wasn't clear. Absolutely nobody likes AI. The absolute group of human garbage that enjoys AI is irrelevant, and yet they continue to shove it down our throats to the point that, again, the opt-out feature that isn't available in the EU is not opt-out in the EU. How this happened on iOS 27, I have no idea. I upgraded because I was like, well, they did add a lot of stability. To be fair, it's a beta, so maybe they will fix it. But like, they added a lot of stability and also a lot of AI features to which I have zero access and zero interest. So I upgraded, downgraded really, and now, again, it's creepy as shit that I record a video and immediately it knows what I said. Or what's being said in the video. Or what's being sang in the video. Or whatever the fuck the video is. Captions. Yeah, locally on my machine, sure. But that's fucking creepy as fuck. Hello? Nobody wants... Who wants that feature? Which is, again, a question that I ask myself about any AI feature. Who actually wants this? Nobody with good intentions tends to want these features. At best, the the best compliment I can give to someone who uses these features is that they're lazy. That's the best thing I can say. If you're using AI to code, the best thing I can say about you, you're probably just lazy. Okay, whatever. Honestly, I feel like insulting people who do, but whatever. Lazy. Let's keep it at lazy. So yeah, there's that. Um, I'm actually not sure how to continue using my phone at this point. Like, I can downgrade, which I'm not sure how to do exactly, because it is a beta, but I'm not supposed to be able to downgrade, as far as I remember. But even then, in September, it will become the new version of the operating system, so I will have to use it in like a month anyway, if I don't want to leave my phone behind. So, isn't that great? Well, I guess I need to have literally everything on my phone scanned. 60,000 lines of code, by the way. Saw a couple people asking before. In the OS, most of which are in this library. No. No, they're not. Alright. So what did I end up adding then? This is gonna be so sad. Okay, code-wise, we're good. However, I added a menu bar and a tab bar, which are literally just blue rectangles. That's what I've been doing for the past 4 hours. I added 2 rectangles to my operating system. Isn't that fucking amazing? And yet, it is way after midnight, so I probably should work on that game a little bit. My phone's future is cooked. OnePlus left Europe and US markets. Oppo is the parent company. Yeesh. Yeah, I mean, kinda same. I mean, not really. I mean, I was able to disable the caption thingy on the phone, but like, it still bothers me. Every time I open a text field, it automatically suggests Apple Intelligence can type this out for you. I'm sending a text. Well, what's your... Why do I need you? Because sometimes I wish I was doing these streams in Spanish, because Spanish could really allow me to express what I wanted to say. Um, why do I need that to write a text? Why do I need Apple Intelligence to write okay? It's not a thing. It's not necessary. Um, then I'm recording a video. Why do you need to caption it? You don't do that. Why do you not give me the option to opt out of these things? Why has the option literally disappeared from the settings? The option to just turn off Apple Intelligence is no longer there for some fucking reason. And it works in the European Union, which you said it wasn't gonna be available in. Are you maybe doing it wrong? Are you maybe breaking some laws here, Apple? I don't know why it's not available in the European Union. It's all local on device, sure. And again, the European Union is literally, I don't know if they're already doing it or they will be starting doing it, but they passed an emergency measure to scan all of our communications. So it's not like they have much grounds to be writing privacy policies. But are you sure you're not violating some laws by doing this, Apple? Why am I not able to opt out? The chat control actually passed. This, like a few weeks ago, they chose to have an emergency session and passed it because essentially there needed to be a max The majority needed to be no for it not to pass. The minority actually voted yes, but it still passed because it was an emergency measure. It's completely undemocratic, but it passed. There's nothing we can do about that. Speaking of which, the number of arrests related to Epstein, 0. Nothing to do with that, but since we're talking about protecting children, just figured it might be topical. No, it very much passed. Yeah, they just waited for people to be on holiday, and then they passed it. In a manner that they needed more people to say no. Otherwise, they were able to pass it with a minority. That is so undemocratic. And yet. But hey, we gotta protect the children. God forbid their parents are parenting. Parents are not there to parent. That's what the iPad is for. That's what the phone is for. That's what chat control is for. That's what the government is for. To raise your children. Again, 0 arrests related to Epstein. Not sure why I keep bringing that up. Keeps coming up. Some fucking reason. Anyway. By the way, I saw someone ask if I have made a flight simulator at some point. I want to. I think once I have Vulkan, that's a thing that I want to work on. Because I've tried a few. Meh. Although I do have to say, without liking those flight simulators enough to know how to use a flight simulator and also not knowing how to fly an actual plane, I can't make a particularly realistic one. However, I have been playing GTA 5 and possibly the most enjoyable part of the vehicles in that game is the flying. It's super enjoyable. GTA has always had really good flying since they've had it. Matrix Messenger is the future. Isn't the point to just outlaw it? To be fair, like chat control right now only scans non-encrypted communications. So you have that. Any encrypted communication I think is safe from being scanned. But, you know, considering the lengths that they went to pass this, how anti-democracy this has been, because they've made it very clear. Both the politicians and the people have made it clear that they do not want this. And they still passed it. They still found a backwards, shady way to pass it. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that was just a way to justify something that they had already been doing. Would explain why they keep pushing for it so hard. Because otherwise they're just doing it illegally. Now they're doing it legally. It sounds more like a cover your asses type of thing than an actual like measure. Anyway, literally, what can you do? And the French have had a couple ideas, but besides that, yeah, we don't really have democracy anymore. It's not really a thing anymore. All right, window compositing is done. Tomorrow's stream probably won't be coding a whole lot. We'll see. But again, I need to package this game for a game jam. I need to make sure that it works on Windows. Possibly even HTML. Like, you can compile raylib to WASM, to WebAssembly. That is my fallback plan if Windows doesn't work. But frankly, I showed the code for it. It's super simple. Anyway, we're going to look at that tomorrow. But it does mean I need to install Windows. Last time it was a whole thing, so if you want to see me suffer, tune in tomorrow, 100%. It's going to be enjoyable for you. It's going to be hell on earth for me, but it's going to be enjoyable for you. Maybe I'll also write some raylib code. If that doesn't take too long, I may also try to run my system in the virtual machine manager, which is a QEMU wrapper. But maybe it handles networking because networking is a pain in the ass. And it's a pain in the ass on Linux to set up, but I'm pretty sure all my virtual machines on that thing have worked seamlessly with networking. So probably if I try to run this system on there, it will have networking. I don't know. I want to test that out. And maybe see how Raylib does audio and figure out Odin tomorrow. I'm not sure. Since all of these are things that may take only a little bit of time, uh, I may try to do multiple ones. Whatever I don't end up doing tomorrow, I'm gonna do Monday. But I definitely have to do the packaging the game tomorrow because deadline's Sunday, I believe. Or not. I genuinely might not even submit the damn thing, but I don't know. Um, I have to say, I would have thought I would have said no to a lot of age verification, but like I said, probably against the plan for what they wanted to do with age verification. Like the point of age verification was supposed to be ID verification, but the Apple App Store and the Android App Store have functionality to verify your age. Well, the operating system has functionality to verify your age through your App Store account. I've literally had my account since I was 13. Probably you can guess that I'm an adult. And literally, that's just a request that they make to an operating system API. And there's no actual, no, not even an age. There's an age range, which is just 18 plus. So all they know is that I'm 18 plus. They have no idea how much older I am than that. But I have access to any features that minors don't because I've verified my age. But literally, all I did is just like have an old account. That's it. If that's the age verification, then it's okay. But ID, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not fucking doing that. Social media is not that good nowadays anyway. It's kind of shit. It's mostly shit. Um so yeah, that's the absolute fucking state of it all. Genuinely, what it is about I don't know, let's say November 2024 in which everything started turning really really dystopic for some fucking reason. Don't know what happened around that time, but it's almost as if some plans went in motion. Age verification enforced on Linux. It's gonna be the same thing, but even worse. Like that's actually part of the law, right? The age verification on the operating system level. I think they genuinely did not actually mean for it to be like this. Either that or the people who pushed for that were just trying to compromise. That may be a thing. Because again, it doesn't actually give you any data on the user. You don't know who they are. You don't know how old they actually are. You just have an age range. And so long as they're not a minor, the age range is gigantic. 18 to like the oldest person in the world. Both have the same exact information. So, yeah, Linux can verify your age as well, but like, how accurate is that gonna be? Probably you need an admin account to set your age. That's about it. But again, it feels like the lesser of two evils to do age verification that way. So I don't necessarily disagree with it. Then again, I don't think this should be being done in the first place. But if you're forcing us to do it, this is the best way to do it. Anyway, I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish before I end the stream because I don't like to end the stream during an ad. And unfortunately, I ran out of snoozes. Um. All right, so tomorrow's Windows Well, today was Windows, tomorrow's Windows, but two different types of Windows. Right. Today was windowing system, tomorrow is Windows 11. That's gonna be very fun. Um, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna continue even working on this game. Besides that, just maybe something to teach you how to play, and that's about it. But I do need to package it for Windows and or web, so we'll do that tomorrow. Mostly the important part for streaming is using Windows. That's gonna be very fun. Oh boy, I'm so excited for tomorrow. I sure hope Microsoft doesn't go bankrupt in the next 12 hours. Boy, that would be a shame. Oh no, you're so pretty. Don't go bankrupt, Microsoft. No. It would be actually genuinely funny if that happened. Just out of nowhere. All right. Then I still need to add a few things to this, right? I need to add closing windows. And the menu bar, I'm not gonna add anything to that yet, and I'm not gonna add tabs to windows yet, because I don't know how I want to do them. So I'll get to that. But closing windows is very much a thing that I want to add. Maybe resizing windows is a thing that I can already add. So those two things to do in the windowing system, and then fuse driver. So fuse driver so that I can have different nodes for the distributed operating system. I can access resources on Linux using this fuse driver. So that's the plan for this weekend. Again, Windows tomorrow, more windowing on Sunday, possibly a little bit of the fuse driver stuff. Maybe Odin and Raylib Monday or tomorrow, depends. I guess we'll see. Anyway, the ad is about to end, so I'm just mostly stalling. And sorry that an ad ran, although I don't believe that anyone saw the 3 minutes of ads, but if you did, I'm sorry. And most importantly, I'm sorry that I'm ending the stream now. I would have snoozed, but I already did that too much. It only allows you to do that 3 times. Anyway, windowing today, Windows 11 tomorrow, Windows 12 the next day. No. More windowing and fuse driver on Sunday, and Odin soon. Tomorrow or Monday. All right, everybody, see you then.